United Way of Greater Greensboro, and we are serving as your host today for today's event. For those of you who are not familiar, Greensboro is the home of Lorillard Corporation, the home of VF Corporation, and also the home of the lunch counter sit-ins that started February 1st, 1960. So Greensboro has a very rich history. I'd also like to thank J.P. Morgan Chase and the North Carolina Assets Alliance for the opportunity for us to bring this to Greensboro and to my alma mater, North Carolina A&T State University. The conference today is very timely for us at United Way because we have decided to focus on the issue of poverty in our community. We're trying to figure out how to break the cycle of poverty. So today should serve very well for our mission. We ask that you listen, learn, and do a lot of networking today. And the next person I'd like to bring up is Donna Gallagher. Donna Gallagher is from the North Carolina Assets Alliance, which is a statewide coalition of public, private, and nonprofit organizations with a shared vision to expand economic opportunity in North Carolina. So Donna.
Thanks, Frank. And I want to thank you at United Way, and most especially Sarah Glover, who led the planning effort for this time together today, and we really appreciate them. And you'll hear from Sarah a little bit later as she brings us through the agenda for the day. I'd like to also thank the Greensboro Asset Building Coalition, and a special thank you to Angela Stewart, who there you are right in front of me. Angela was part of our statewide VISTA project. For 3 years she served with us, helping to get the Greensboro Asset Building Coalition off the ground, and Greensboro Asset Building Coalition's flyer is on the information table out there. We'd also like to recognize and thank Unifor for the beautiful flower arrangements that are here today. They're a nonprofit whose mission is to promote educational achievement, social equality, and economic self-sufficiency to the underserved populations of North Carolina. At the end of the day, some of you will be able to take these arrangements home with you. And thanks to the membership and leadership of the North Carolina Assets Alliance, even through a changing economy in our state, y'all have continued to persevere in your belief of the importance of assets. First started back in 2005, the North Carolina Assets Alliance has more than 80 organizational members now. Our original research report is on the table out there, and it's called Prosperity Grid for North Carolina. The data is a little outdated, but the premises are the same, so I'd invite you to take one. Today would not be possible without the support of J.P. Morgan Chase and the Chase team. It's my honor today to introduce Chase's executive for North and South Carolina, and his very impressive bio is in your packet. With years of banking and his commitment to so many nonprofit and economic development organizations, he is a genuine Carolina community builder. So please join me in welcoming Chase Senior Vice President Craig May.
Thank you, Donna. Good morning. I'm curious, how many of you stayed up to watch the first game of the World Series last night? What? No baseball fans in here? Come on. Well, you probably were smart because you went to bed. Just for those that missed it, the San Francisco Giants beat the Kansas City Royals by a score of 7-1. So it wasn't a very good game. Needless to say, I was pulling for the Royals. Quick trivia. Do you know when the first World Series was held? No guesses? Oh, that's a little early. That's close. 1903. 1903. So this was the 110th World Series. As the Carolinas market manager, I am proud to be here today on behalf of J.P. Morgan Chase, and it's a privilege to address this group. Local partners such as the North Carolina Assets Alliance and the United Way of Greater Greensboro are crucial in helping solve financial insecurity through their efforts to promote financial capability. We thank you for all the work you do to improve the lives of individuals across this state. At J.P. Morgan Chase, we believe we have a unique and fundamental responsibility to help our clients and communities address their economic and social challenges. We use our strength, global reach, expertise, relationships, and access to capital to help tackle these issues. As a result, we look to make communities, to include those in North Carolina, a better place to live and work. Every year, J.P. Morgan Chase and its foundation and our employees donate a significant amount of time and money to help in this endeavor. In 2013, J.P. Morgan Chase and its foundation awarded more than $210 million to nonprofit organizations. I am proud that we're among the top 10 largest U.S.-based corporate foundations. We work with community partners to create pathways to opportunity by helping more people be ready for a workforce, supporting financial capability, developing small businesses, and fostering community growth. These are important elements for economic strength and prosperity, and it is why the Foundation's focus areas are on workforce readiness, financial capability, small business development, and community development. I'm excited to be here today to welcome all of you to this conference. Across the U.S. and the world, too many people lack the tools and resources to manage their daily financial needs, whether from unexpected emergencies or to plan for the future. Instead, they rely on costly non-bank financial services such as payday loans or check cashing outlets, resulting in billions spent in fees and interest each year. Our firm recognizes financial insecurity is a global problem, but we believe it is a solvable problem. That is why we bring together the best minds in technology. I'm going to get the hook here, so I've got to hurry. In technology, community services, behavioral economics, and design to develop, test, and scale innovative products and services. When we help people get on the path to prosperity, we help families, neighborhoods, and city become stronger. That is why J.P. Morgan Chase recently announced a 2-year, $35 million commitment to promote financial capability. In addition, we announced earlier this year a $30 million commitment to support the Financial Solutions Lab. The lab will be managed by the Center for Financial Services Innovation to identify, test, and scale innovative financial products and services to improve financial security. We are honored to support your efforts today and thank you for your partnership. And we thank everyone at this conference for their commitment to fostering economic growth for everyone in this state. I'd like to take a quick second, if you don't mind, don't get the hook here. I just want to recognize my colleagues here today, if you don't mind. Is Rodney Hood here? He will be here, Rodney Hood, with our Office of Not-for-Profit Engagement, which basically stands short for ONE. We also have Gina Rogers-Mooney, who is in the back, Janine, who is also with Global Philanthropy, Janine Vargo with the Commercial Bank, and then we have Colony Briggs, and I guess I'm done, right? So I do want to take the opportunity to introduce the next speaker, if that's okay. Raquel Lynch, with the Chief Strategy Officer, Crisis Assistant Ministry in Charlotte.
I want to take the opportunity to thank J.P. Morgan Chase for the rare opportunity I get to go to a conference and brag about what I learned. That never happens. So thank you for this opportunity to share the information we learned in Washington, D.C. So I know we missed some of you, so we wanted to share with you some of the learnings at the 2014 Asset Learning Conference in Washington, D.C. this September. The conference was really set out to profile the platforms in which we actually interject and intervene with our clients and the people we want to affect. So we think about it this way. How do we actually think about the places where people already live in, banking, where they start businesses, they work, and get comprehensive services as we try to apply asset building strategies. So think about in mind, that's how actually the conference was laid out for us. And that way we actually understood how all the conferences and sessions were designed. We had a great attendance, over 1,200 participants. It was a lot of fun and a great opportunity to network and learn from people who are like you in North Carolina doing great work in Nevada and other states. It was just amazing to be able to mirror what we are doing here in other states and compare notes. If you wanted to learn, there were plenty of opportunities. I was just talking to a coworker, and we were talking about the opportunities we have today that we had concurrent sessions and what to choose from. There were 80 sessions to choose from in a couple of days. It was an amazing opportunity to learn from key experts in the field firsthand what is actually happening and what's innovative in the field. We were in Washington, D.C., so we had to be strategic about the fact that we could talk to our elected officials. So we actually had an incredible participation this year, over 200 visits by over 400 individuals who were from all over the country, visiting and talking and helping our elected officials understand what is it that our families are experiencing when we go back home. I was very excited about this. This was a great opportunity for everybody who's actually doing great work, exceptional work in the field. We're actually awarded $10,000. Each of these organizations listed were participated in a contest. It was called the Prosperity Platforms for Prosperity Contest, and these are the winners. In reality, what I thought it was a great thing to do at the conference is highlight what is extraordinary about the field. And we did it in a way that I think it will be important for you to also, when you get a chance, go to their CFED website. I looked at the videos of these organizations. As you can see, there's plenty of organizations that represented from Savannah, from Georgia, all the way to Hawaii. So please take a moment just a few minutes to understand what is actually happening. I thought it was extraordinary to witness and understand what is actually in the field. And for me, it was actually being in Charlotte saying, what is it that we can do in Charlotte that they're doing out there? North Carolina had a great representation this year. It was a record for us. The last time I was there, I think it was about 12 people, Donna, I will say, 12 of us that were there. 34. It was great to actually have that many people with us. Of the 22 people who represented, you see 11 who went and talked to our elected officials. Donna, I think I was walking back from the bus, so I didn't make it to the picture. So this is just a half of the people who actually made it there. Just highlight a few of the many speakers we had. I don't know if you are familiar with the book Scarcity, but we had one of the co-authors, Elder Shafir there, talk about the cognitive cost when we have our clients be pulled in many directions by their lives, and how do we apply that knowledge to the work that we're doing? How do we apply to our asset building strategies? I was very impressed with the work around the U.S. Financial Diaries. I won't have time to discuss what that is, but if you go to usfinancialdiaries.org, you'll be impressed with this project. I think it's a very innovative way of thinking about behavioral economics, and you'll hear about that in one of the concurrent sessions. And we also heard from Janet Yellen, the chairman from the Federal Reserve, and remarks about what is it that the Federal Reserve is thinking about applying, what is important about asset building for low and moderate income families. Actually, one more minute to say this. They're great materials. They're presentations. They are notes from everyone who went to the conference at assetsconference.org. You actually, if you forget this and you don't get to write it down, in the packets you'll see this. On the back you'll see two things. Assetsconference.org is where you have a listing of things. And if you tweet in today, please use it hashtags ALC in North Carolina. Thank you. I was so pushed out of it. I didn't get a chance to introduce the next speaker. Actually, Fran Rosebush is the program manager for the Asset and Opportunity Network at CFED. All the organizations that are local lead organizations and state lead organizations around the country use her as a resource to CFED for leadership. She is going to highlight today CFED has a new mapping tool, and she's going to share with us today what that will do as we use data to tell the story. It's a great tool to use to tell the story of our clients through data.
Hi. Thank you, Raquel. So like she said, my name is Fran Rosebush. I work at CFED, and I'm really excited to be here today and to have the opportunity. And I just want to say thank you to JP Morgan Chase and thank you to North Carolina Assets Alliance for allowing this to happen. So we put on this conference every 2 years, but really the idea of it is to share best practices and speed up the diffusion of knowledge and these resources. We know not everybody can attend. So the ability to have these regional convenings and bring this information back to the people who can really use it is a great benefit. I'm just really grateful for this opportunity. And also the opportunity to be able to meet you all and learn more about the work in North Carolina. But my job this morning, for my next 5 minutes, to let you know about a new tool that was released at the conference. So we have a new web page at CFED where it's a hub around local and regional data, specifically around asset poverty, liquid asset poverty, unbanked and underbanked rates. And so here you can find all these publications and resources, information in your cities, and I'll give you the web address here in a minute to write down, and you'll hear throughout the day about it. But in the tabs, the second left tab, if you click on that data mapping tool, you can actually go in and for each county, city, metro area, find the asset poverty rate, the liquid asset poverty rate, the unbanked rate and underbanked rates for each area. And then when you click on an area that you want to focus in on, say in North Carolina, I went to Charlotte, you can have a report where you can find those rates for your specific location and then compare it to other geographies. So for Charlotte, we have, it's comparing it to the county rate, the metro rate, the state, and then the US. And then on the left-hand side, there's definitions of those key indicators. So this is the first time that these data measures have been collected at this level, made available, so we're really excited. So if you want to access this local data center, you can get at assetsandopportunity.org/local data. There you can also, for the past 12 years, we've been collecting this data at the state level, so you can find that and compare it for the past 12 years in your state. And then to receive more updates like this from the Assets and Opportunity Network, which our goal, our vision, our mission is to spread this knowledge and resources, you can join and become a member at assetsandopportunity.org/network and receive monthly updates and other key indicators. So thank you. And so now my job is to introduce Colleen Briggs, Vice President of Financial Capability and Consumer Initiatives at JP Morgan Chase.
Hi, everyone. I'm Colleen Briggs, and I help manage the financial capability initiatives that Craig outlined earlier, the lab, as well as our grant making. And I'm so excited to be back home. I'm from Raleigh originally, so I always love coming here and hearing about the great work happening in North Carolina. But I wanted to highlight for you a report that we commissioned that's in front of you on your table that we thought was really important to help outline the problem of financial insecurity for communities as well as for the national economy. And when we were outlining our new strategy, we thought it was really important to help aggregate some of the existing literature that was out there. I think everyone here in this room could probably talk about some of these issues, but this is really meant to be a resource for you all as you're helping make the case to some of your other partners or funders when talking about what are the ramifications of financial insecurity beyond just the individual, but also at the community level and at the macroeconomic level as well. So hopefully this is a tool for you as you're talking about not only those impacts, but also the importance of savings, credit, and assets when promoting the financial security and ultimately the economic opportunity of communities that we work with. It also highlights what we mean by financial capability as well as some of the trends. But I'm going to pass it over to the co-author of the report and who really did all of the great work here, Lucy Gorham, to talk about some of the key findings that might be useful for you all as you're talking about this.
Thank you so much, Colleen. It was an absolute privilege to work with Colleen and her team at Chase on this white paper. Worldwide, lower-income people face particular challenges because there are fewer mainstream financial products designed to help them save and build assets. This is something I know that in all of your work you deal with on a daily basis. For example, American households spend $89 billion, and we were talking with Colleen yesterday, and I think CFSI is about to update that. It'll be over $100 billion on interest and fees from alternative financial products. And when you think about what we could do with that money in terms of households being able to save for college, for a home, to start a business, it's a real missed opportunity there. A few more provocative findings. By switching from check cashing services to mainstream checking, a full-time worker could potentially save as much as $40,000 over their career if they got a great education in the UNC system that would pay for almost 4 years of college. A low credit score can cost an additional $160,000 in mortgage costs over the life of a 30-year loan. And roughly 45% of working-age households lack any retirement accounts. This is something that I think is going to loom very large as the baby boom starts entering into retirement, and is a crisis that we're going to face as both in the political system but in the economy overall. And over half of employers are now requiring people to submit their credit scores when considering them for employment. I think we're going to see that going up and up, and now more than ever, financial capability and having the right tools in order to negotiate the financial landscape is going to be a required passport to any kind of financial stability, let alone an ability to build assets and address issues of multi-generational poverty. And not only is it an issue on a household level, but the inability of households to have the tools they need to manage their finances is now considered to be one of the major driving forces of the Great Recession, not only in the depth of the recession, but how slow we've been to move out of recession. And many economists are now calling the Great Recession a crisis of household financial stability. In other words, what happens on the household level is determining the health of our communities and our national economic well-being in a way that I think we haven't seen before. So in response, Chase has recognized that financial literacy efforts must evolve and go beyond just raising awareness, and it's time for a new approach, which is being called financial capability. We'll hear a lot more about this today. There are some essential elements. One is timely delivery of information, employing choice architecture, and this afternoon, Colleen will be having actually later this morning, Colleen will be doing a whole workshop, which is an opportunity that you'll have to hear more about not only their financial capability initiative, but their financial solutions lab, which is looking to foster new technologies and ways of doing business that can impact this problem. So just for more information, I've put up where you can go to the Chase website. They have all kinds of resources there. And I'm out of time, so I'd now like to turn it over to Sarah Glover, Community Impact Manager for the United Way of Greater Greensboro, and the driving force behind today's event. So, Sarah.
I've got to get my slide up, but I'm the housekeeping person. So first of all, we are live streaming today. We're live streaming. This is an idea from our sponsor of how to reach more people who can't be here in Greensboro today. So that's why you all signed an image waiver when you came in, just in case the back of your head gets in the video. And we appreciate that. And I'm going to, and Raquel shared with you the hashtag if you're tweeting or posting. It's ALC and NC. If you have signed up for a special lunch because of dietary restrictions, then I understand there will be a lunch box with your name on it. So if you told us about an allergy or whatever, look for your name on the box. And if you see somebody's name on a box, don't grab that one if it's not your name. The restrooms are outside. When you go to the left, to the end of the hall, there are several people with volunteer badges on. You can ask them any questions you have. Let me get the schedule is in your program, but I'm going to pull up the slide too. Just so you know the timings, and we are going to try to be really tight here, so respect the 10-minute breaks that I built in. I defended your right for a 10-minute break because you always have a little bit of cushion. You may have a few things you need to do during the break, so they are in there, and we hope you will manage the schedule. The concurrent sessions are the next part of the agenda at 10:30. And one will be in here. The rooms are in your program on that agenda that's in the left side. If you haven't decided which one you want to go to, you need to decide now. And then the others, the volunteers in the hallway will direct you to. We have box lunches today that will be in this room, and our luncheon speaker, Victor Galloway, will be in this room. So we'll see you back here to get your lunch at the back tables and to have a seat and listen to him at 12:10. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay. I feel like I was yelling anyway. Is that better? Okay, good. Oh, good, good. Yeah. Yeah, and I'll try to be nice to all of those listening in. So, across all of our portfolio, we're looking for a few key outcomes that really reflect to us what we're looking for, when we talk about what does a financially capable individual look like. And that's helping them increase savings, improve credit, and build assets. And so, again, across all of our work, that's really sort of the driving focus for us. And that's reflected through two key strategic initiatives that Craig mentioned earlier. The first is a $35 million 2-year initiative that really does focus on scaling. And how do we support community partners who are providing direct services in the communities where we work to help low-income individuals really promote their financial capability. And so under that, we really focus on 3 key bucket areas of programs. The first is scaling high-impact models. So how do we support proven solutions that have gone beyond, we've proven the concept. How do we help support, take those to the next level and really help maximize their impact? The second, and I think this is a really important component of scaling that doesn't get talked about enough, is how do we support the capacity building and infrastructure needed to be able to scale up and improve the efficiencies and the effectiveness of services in the community. So that could be both the front end, how people interact with clients through technology, as well as the back end systems. So moving away from maybe paper intake to more technology-enabled systems or tracking mechanisms to really help improve as these organizations are trying to scale up. And then finally, and I think this is also really important about scaling ideas, is how do we support research and evaluation to help really help disseminate the best practices in this field. And then the second initiative that I think is also important, and something that we're currently gathering feedback on, which is why I'm selfishly wanting to hear from you all as well, is the Financial Solutions Lab. And that's a $30 million 5-year initiative being managed by CFSI, based in Chicago. And we will be launching a series of competitions around a very specific financial challenge for innovators in the space who are trying to identify and scale products and services to promote the financial capability of underserved consumers. And so we'll be launching our first competition next year. But right now, we're on a roadshow. So we've been going around the country for the last year or so, meeting with community partners, with entrepreneurs in this space, with technologists, with behavioral economists, to say, what can we do to really, as a funder, take some of these innovations to the next level? So a lot of the work that we've seen in this field is there's a lot of incredible innovations in financial capability happening throughout the country. We like to call it sort of the 1,000 flowers bloom approach. So how can we, as a funder, really help scale some of those and take them to the next level? So thinking beyond just capital, what is the technical assistance that we can provide, as well as the partnerships and the networking to really help bring these to scale? And so some of what we're going to talk about today, I think, will be sort of reflected in our strategy, but really we'll be highlighting some of the examples we've seen through our portfolio to highlight effective models for scaling. So I think when we talk about scale, it's important to define what we mean by scale, because I think that's, we could probably just spend the whole discussion just on that. But I mean, you heard from Lucy, the scope of the problem is massive. There's a huge unmet need in the marketplace. We have, low-income consumers spending the same portion on interest and fees as the average family spends on food, over $102 billion last year alone on interest and fees. And one of the things that CFSI, our partner, has done a really interesting, some research around is that this is a problem that goes beyond just low-income families. This is a problem facing most Americans. Half of Americans lack emergency savings accounts. The retirement insecurity that you saw Lucy highlighted, this is a huge, pervasive problem that really requires us thinking beyond just serving the thousands of individuals, but how do we serve the millions of people that are financially insecure in America? And so what we really are thinking about is, how do we not only serve those people, so obviously the numbers matter, but how do we scale impact? And that's one thing I do want to talk a lot about, is as we think about scale, there's some interesting efficiency and effectiveness trade-offs. We know, for example, one-on-one coaching is the most effective intervention to promote financial security, but it's expensive and it's labor-intensive. So how do we think about ways for us to emulate some of those programs, but still not sacrificing the quality as we think about scaling them up, and really being able to evaluate those trade-offs. I think that's really important. And as we think about scaling the different approaches in financial capability, I think it's important to also talk about, it's not just scaling. There's the replication of models, and I think that's what we traditionally think about when we talk about scale. We get a proven model, we replicated it to multiple sites. But I think what's so important, and the work that CFED is so great about doing, is how do we also scale ideas and really think about how we can disseminate some of these best practices. So I'll talk about a little bit about that as well. So I wanted to start by talking about the building blocks. So what are sort of the things that are needed before we even think about scaling, and what have we seen as some of the effective financial capability organizations in our portfolio and in the field that have done this really well. And the first thing, and I can't stress this enough because it seems like something that's very often missing, is a really strong theory of change, of really understanding what are the inputs that are necessary to lead to those outcomes that we're seeking, and and really which ones are necessary inputs, or which ones are flexible as we're thinking about scaling up. And then testing that and evaluating them and knowing, really proving your concept of, tying what are the essential elements that are needed to achieve those outcomes. And, what I've seen with some of our partners as they've done this is that they thought they had a theory of change, but they hadn't really evaluated it, and it ended up going back and having to retest it a few times as they scaled up. So I think that that's something we look for as a funder as one of the essential elements when thinking about scaling some of these models. The next is sort of the systems that support the scaling process. And we've seen some organizations do this really well. So if you have a lot of sites, there are quality control issues. How do you make sure that the quality of the services are being provided across the multiple sites? And we've seen some really effective ways to do that is with continuous evaluation systems. So LISC, for example, has financial opportunity centers throughout the country, and they have done a really effective job of being able to put in the evaluation systems to be able to track in real time what is the impact of each individual site. So they know, for example, if one of their coaching sites is not meeting those sort of benchmarks that they've set for a high-performing LISC financial opportunity center, and able to intervene very quickly. They've also set up very clear management roles so that it's clear at the central level what they're responsible for, as well as on the local level what they're responsible for. So I think these are, seem like basics, but we've seen in a lot of our portfolio that that's not always something that has been clearly outlined before an organization's scaling up. Another thing that I think is really important, especially in this space, is sustainability. So thinking about more diversified funding streams as you're scaling up. And we've seen some really interesting models to do this. So one of our nonprofits in San Francisco is called EARN, and they're one of the largest goal-based matched savings programs in the country. And they used to run 2-to-1 IDA programs. And they found that it was just not very cost-effective. Yes, the impact was great, but they felt like, what if we could get the exact same income or outcomes with a smaller match? So they tested very small match amounts, so maybe half, so only $10 a month. That's it. That's all you can get. No matter how much you save, you can only get maybe $10 a month in savings. And they were able to test, what if we paired that with a behavioral nudge, or what if we paired that at a certain time that might be more salient for that consumer, and they were able to replicate the exact same impact as their 2-to-1 match just by moving to that smaller match amount, but really thinking about and testing when it could be the most effective. So they were able to replicate some of those same impacts in a much more cost-effective manner. And really thinking, as they were trying to set a very audacious goal of meeting a large number of consumers, it was a great opportunity for them to, think about a more sustainable model for that. They also have a franchise model, so that if you want to use their platform, they charge the new partner a fee. And often that's covered from the nonprofit through foundations, but that's been a way for them to diversify some of their revenue streams. So as they're thinking about scaling up, it's really helped them rely a little less on foundations and think more in a more sustainable strategy as they're scaling up. I think they've also done a really good job of, while they're scaling and they've got a clear theory of change, Also making sure there's room for innovation. So with, continuing to test and make sure, they've actually divided it into R&D so they can continue to refine and test their model and sort of their scaling operations and making sure that there's a feedback loop. So I think that's been a really effective strategy for them as they're thinking about how do we, make sure there's quality, but also continuing to innovate around this and make sure that they are always continually having the best program. Another point that I think is really important is that you'll see a little bit more outlined in your report is applying human-centered design as actually a scalable strategy. So, in the business world, if you're interested in serving a segment, you will know that customer inside and out, sometimes better than they know themselves, really understanding, going beyond just what they say, but really what do they do? And that's really what the financial diaries is all about that was mentioned earlier. They followed households and really saw what they do on a daily basis when managing their cash flows. And what we've seen with our portfolio companies that are really strong at scaling up their solution is they really understand the clients they're serving, and they continually get feedback and evolve so that they're always meeting those needs and making sure that human-centered design is embedded into all their work that they do. And they've got continual evaluation systems to support that. So that's been another sort of I think important sort of scalable strategy that we've seen is really effective. And I think so those are sort of the building blocks that we look for. Is an organization ready to scale? But now I think what's really interesting is what are we seeing as some of the trends of the paths to scale? What's been really effective? What's worked? What are some of the lessons learned? And one of the paths to scale that I think gets probably the most attention is technology. Technology is reinventing the financial services landscape. I think it's also has the potential to reinvent the nonprofit landscape as well, as we think about, especially in this segment, of how do we serve them better. So, as I mentioned, I think about sort of technology in two ways. You've got the customer-facing technology. And that's, we know there's a proliferation of new devices that can really help us meet consumers where they are, can increase our reach, decrease the cost to serve them by meeting them on their own time. So for example, we know smartphone technology, the adoption in the unbanked and underbanked population is actually higher than the general population. So we know they're using it. And we're seeing some really interesting innovations. Think about Apple Pay, with the new announcement that Apple had, that, there's a lot of interesting infrastructure available for us to potentially leverage to really help meet these consumers where they are. But there's also limitations. It's not a panacea. And I think that's an important part of this discussion is that, for example, even though there's internet access, they might not feel comfortable transacting their banking accounts over online or on their mobile technology. So building that trust and building that capability on their end so they feel comfortable using this new technology, I think is really incumbent on us as a field if we're going to be using that. And making sure that all of the tools and resources really can help, again, replicate that one-on-one touch and that we're not losing any of the quality as we move to some of these more virtual tools. And that's something that we've thought a lot about. And one of our interesting partners that we've been working with on the technology side is actually MoneyThink. It's a group out of Chicago. They pair college students with 11th and 12th graders to provide mentoring and coaching to the students to help them improve their financial knowledge and ultimately, trying to see if they can actually lead to behavior change over the long term. But one of the things they realized is that they've got their mentors coming into the classroom, meeting with these kids, and that was only, a very small share of the time that they could spend with these kids, and that, it's better if you could actually meet the kids when they're thinking about financial decisions. And so what they did was they worked with a team of designers from IDEO.org to develop an app. And they, sat with the kids, they tested, they iterated multiple versions of this app to figure out what could we do to make a product that's actually engaging and interesting for the kids to use on their own time, so that outside of the classroom, that they're continually thinking and engaged on this topic. So they were able to come up with this idea of, starting this app where they started challenges for the kids. And the results were phenomenal. They ended up getting more engagement from the students than they even expected. The kids, loved the community aspect. So, for example, one of the challenges was, figure out ways in the next 24 hours to reduce your spending. And what they realized is the kids were actually pretty savvy with coming up with really interesting ways to reduce spending. And they would take a picture that sort of represented what they were doing, and then their community, their classroom would comment on that. And they saw this incredible sustained dialogue around that. And so right now, we're also supporting them to continue to refine that app, but also maybe is there an opportunity to embed, a safe savings account into that, so they can act on that knowledge and maybe continually save as they're going along. So, again, that's a great opportunity to think about how technology can help reach a segment that really is already on there, understands technology, is already probably more open to it, and, think about tools to help them support that. And then the second part of technology is the back-end systems. So how do we make sure that as organizations are scaling up, that they have the infrastructure and the platform to support that? And Mission Asset Fund is sort of a great example of that. They're one of our nonprofits based in San Francisco. And some of you might have heard about them. They were recently in the New York Times. But they have basically lending circles is something that they have been working on for a while. And these exist all throughout the world. There are a lot of different names, but it's essentially where groups come together, lend money to each other, and pay it back to the group. And it's basically an interest-free, zero interest loan, where they can, support each other. And what Mission Asset Fund did is they went out in the community, saw these were occurring, and said, is there a way to make this informal activity formal and bring it into the mainstream banking system? And so what they did was actually formalize these, report the payments to a credit bureau so that people are actually building credit as they're part of these lending circles. They tested it, they evaluated it, it was extremely effective, but they realized they wanted to scale this up. This is a proven model, so how do we help replicate it throughout the country? So they used a technology platform that we helped support that just recently launched called lendingcircle.org, if you're interested in checking it out. But it allows partners, nonprofit partners throughout the country, to be able to sign up and actually offer these lending circles in their communities. So Mission Asset Fund, provides the training to the nonprofits. This online platform allows them to, understand how do they disseminate a loan, what's the loan loss reserve required, what are the financial education tools and tips that can accompany those to help the clients be effective. But that's a really interesting model of being able to say, how do we use this existing infrastructure, a technology-based platform to scale that up? So, and that's maybe one example, but it could be something as simple as, one of our great grantees in Texas was serving 50,000 VITA clients, all by paper, and had this poor intern entering all of these into Excel and uploading into Excel at the end of the tax time. And their goal was to reach 100,000 people. And so we had a great conversation with them of just talking about what are some of the technology tools that could help enable that and just save so much staff time. I think the intern's probably sending us a thank you card right about now. But we're supporting sort of the back office systems, which again is maybe the less sexy part of the discussion, but I think so important as we think about how do you really take these to the next level so that those clients and the staff can be thinking about program services rather than some of the more back-end admin components. The second pathway to scale that I think is really exciting is existing platforms, what a lot of people call integrated service delivery. And essentially, what that means is we know that low to moderate income consumers are interacting with so many social services already. Is there a way for us to embed financial capability into those social services? So for example, just on the federal level, there's roughly 80 existing federal programs serving low to moderate income consumers. That doesn't include state or local programs. Think of all the workforce training social services out there that are already working with the clients that we want to serve, or affordable housing providers. So how could we think about ways to embed what we know works for financial capability into those existing touch points? And we have quite a few grants that are focused on that. Our grant with CFED actually is going to focus specifically on that, of trying to figure out what are the best models, and hopefully we'll be getting some great insights out of that that we can share with the field. Credit Builders Alliance is one of our other grantees that's working with domestic violence support shelters to embed credit building and savings programs into those. And they're working directly on training those frontline staff of even understanding why financial insecurity is often a root cause of some of the other issues, or bringing these women back into abusive relationships because they don't have that financial security. So in some ways, it's an educational effort of helping these other social service providers understand the value of it. And there's been some great research around this about showing how your outcomes are improved not only for the social service provider, but also for financial capability and financial security when you bundle them. So we know workforce training, as Craig mentioned, is one of the other focus areas of the foundation. We've seen through that work that a lot of times you'll get somebody in a new job, but one financial emergency or a shock sets them, can sometimes jeopardize their job. If they lose, they don't have an emergency savings to be able to be a cushion for them to fall back on. So we've been able to see through some of our work that by putting, those people not only getting workforce training into financial coaching services, that we've seen not only do they do better in their workforce training, they tend to get higher incomes, they tend to be more successful because you're reducing some of the financial stress that we've seen can have such an impact on productivity and absenteeism, but also their financial capability outcomes have been phenomenal. They're doing better than the control groups that aren't getting workforce training because they are getting more income coming in. So I think there's an exciting opportunity to think about how do we do that more efficiently and more effectively. And so what's great is there's a lot of pilots, and I think some including in North Carolina, that are already doing this. So how do we make sure we document that and share best practices? And that's something we're thinking a lot about. Another sort of path to scale that will also come up, I think, later today are behavioral nudges. So that's what my background's in, is mostly focused on behavioral economics. And how do we think about that as a very low-cost way to nudge people into better decisions? And that's, again, where I think about scaling ideas. I think behavioral insights is one of the easiest ones to do. We know, for example, one of our grants is with Washington University and Duke that's partnering with Intuit and TurboTax to basically put behavioral nudges at tax time into the online software, so that when you're going towards the end, how do we phrase, can I get you to split part of your refund, in a way that actually people end up saving more? If you say, for example, if you use a percentage instead of a number, that increases it significantly. If you phrase it where you talk about emergencies versus just saving for yourself, that increases it. So even how we phrase words can have a huge impact on consumer behavior. Another one of our grantees, Ideas 42, has done some interesting research internationally that has found, let's say, promoting savings is hard, we all know that, but by sending text reminders, that can increase savings rates by 6%. But if you tie it to a goal that the consumer has set, that the client has set, it increases savings by 16%. These are very small interventions, just changing the phrasing, changing the way we talk about it, that can really have a big impact. And again, as I think about scaling ideas, there is no reason that every nonprofit in the country couldn't reflect some of those in their programs and have a meaningful impact with the clients they're served. And it's not going to be, the only thing they need to do to fix everything, but it's still going to have a meaningful impact. And again, is a very low-cost option. So part of what we're doing with some of our partners is to create actionable toolkits for the nonprofit community to basically apply this, because I think there's still a gap with the academics who do this incredible research around behavioral insights and practitioners. I mean, how do we make sure we bridge that gap and make it more actionable, a little less wonky on the academic side, so that we can really figure out ways to embed this in more programs nationally. Another pathway that we've seen is really effective is innovative partnerships. I think of the workplace as a great example. We know that some of the biggest financial decisions that people make are at the workplace. We also know it's a trusted institution, so it does very well when people are getting information at their workplace. How do we think about that as working with an employer as an interesting partnership to promote financial capability? And some of our partners have done some really effective models with that. Neighborhood Trust is one of our grantees out of New York and has developed basically a new sort of They offer services and coaching at the workplace, but also trying to rethink even your paycheck and your pay stub of how do we make that actually a little bit more relevant and salient to someone's life, because right now, you see all these line items, you have no idea what they mean. So how do we help even repackage that in a way that could help promote financial capability? And they've been working with employers to get that out. Another one of our interesting partnerships is NCLR, is doing small dollar credit for citizenship loans. How do we help people with the citizenship application fees, which have been about half of the people say that they actually don't apply for citizenship because of the fees. So how do we help make sure they've got access to small dollar credit to be able to meet those obstacles and overcome them? And they've been working with employers to actually pilot that. And so that's been an interesting sort of distribution channel for them as they think about scaling up. Another good example is in San Francisco. The treasurer's office is working with the hotel industry to enroll all of their workers into direct deposit, which can have a huge impact. I mean, think how much is being spent each year on check cashers. Something as simple as direct deposit can have a huge impact, but there's also other supportive services that can be offered on top of that, which is sort of the next phase of this. But I think it's an interesting sort of model of thinking about how do we bring together maybe some unusual partners to come together to really help scale up some of these solutions and offer a new distribution channel for some of the services that we provide. Another example is sort of this smaller proof of concept that leads to replication. And I think that's usually what we think of when we talk about scale. And Mission Asset Fund, as I mentioned, is sort of our example. We always reflect on that one. That's been really effective. We've actually helped them host a series of roadshow events throughout the country to help, sign up new nonprofit partners. And that's often the most difficult part, is getting the word out and then finding the right partners. So that's that process takes a little bit longer than I think we expect, but has been really effective to give them that space to find the right partners. And they've already found about 10 to sign up on their new platform. But we've seen a lot of other examples of sort of figuring out something that works really well and then replicating that to other markets. And then this idea of scaling ideas, I do think, I know I've mentioned a few times, is another path that I think is really important and why we love working with groups like CFED, as well as the North Carolina Assets Alliance, because I think the opportunity to bring people together and to talk about best practices and to really sort of figure out more ways to diffuse the best practices, I think is so important. And, our grant with CFED is sort of a great example of how we're thinking about this. So CFED will be giving very intensive services, consulting services to about 8 to 12 organizations who will be piloting new integrated service delivery models. And they will be required as part of this to document on what they're doing and really help make this actionable for other providers. But then, they probably serve 40,000 clients. That's sort of our estimate for what we expect to bring in. But then, as part of the grant, those organizations are required to then talk to the organizations they work with in the communities, their partners, to talk about what works, what doesn't, and how to bring them on board. So those additional partners probably serve, we're estimating close to 100,000, 200,000 clients. So, thinking about just ways that we amplified that impact, even though we invested in those 8 to 12, how do we make sure they then pay it forward to their community partners? And then using the CFED network, how do we share this broadly with the field, with what we're estimating organizations that serve about 1 million clients? So just think about how this very intensive service can really, the concentric circles is how we think about it, is really we do these targeted interventions, but we create the systems to really help share them broadly with the field so that organizations all throughout the country are able to replicate what we know works through some of these more high-touch interventions. Another area for scaling up, and I think it's, my background is in the government, so it's always important to talk about that, is through government policy. And I know CFED has done such an incredible job of, on the advocacy side, of talking about how do we promote asset building through government policy. And I think about prize-linked savings as a really interesting sort of example of that. So prize-linked savings, for those, I'm sure many of you have heard about it, it's also one of those very popular topics in this space. But essentially, every time someone saves, they are enrolled in a lottery. And so they've been able to bring sort of that gamification and that fun of a lottery experience to savings. So you are enrolled for not only weekly drawings, but also a big, pretty large, sizable sum. And we've seen great results. People get so excited. And what's really impressive is they continue to save even after the lottery. So you've sort of shown them they can do it, I think is one part, but you've also shown them that it's, it's not that hard. But then, you've sort of changed the way they think about savings, that it's not necessarily such a painful experience, that you can make that sort of fun. And it started in Michigan, and it's been replicated in a few states and has required state law changes to make sure that it's clear. I think there's still some question mark of if policy changes are needed, but I think the consensus was to be clear that we wanted to, that the organizations wanted clear, rules and lay of the land from the policymakers to clarify that they could offer prize-linked savings. And so they were able to get policy changes in a few states, I know including North Carolina, and now they actually received unanimous consent for those changes through the House of Representatives, which, as you all know, getting unanimous consent on anything nowadays is incredibly rare, but pretty exciting as you think about, the role that government can play in helping enable some of these innovations. Obviously the tax code is also another huge opportunity, and that's also what I used to work on in my previous role, working on the Finance Committee, is how can we use the tax code to promote asset building and savings. And there's a lot of exciting opportunities, I think, to continue to think about ways that we could do that better. And I think, CFED is playing a really great role of thinking about that advocacy side and how do we make sure that the innovations that we're doing on our side are feeding back to the policymakers. And that's particularly true with the Financial Solutions Lab. As we think about new innovative products and services, regulatory barriers are usually one of the biggest issues we face when trying to scale up new products and services for low to moderate income consumers. So how do we make sure that we continue that dialogue and that they understand the new innovations that are coming down the pipeline, as well as they provide clear rules and regulations to help enable innovation and good, smart innovation that's really helping these consumers. So I think when we talk about all of these different pathways, one of the roles that we see as a funder is to really help an organization as they're thinking through all of the different obstacles to scale and how can we continue to support those. But I want to actually turn it around to you all for a moment and just say, see if you all have seen any other interesting models that have really been effective of scaling up innovations or any other pathways that maybe I haven't discussed. So I'll pause there for a second.
I think your example of using the employers as a sort of laboratory, I come from the healthcare industry, and particularly as we're trying to deal with the implementation or growth of the Accountable Care Act, as well as our Medicaid programs, employers would be looking at this as a positive initiative in conjunction with the Affordable Care Act, if you will. And they're just healthcare. Education is another component. I'm on the faculty at Winston-Salem State University, and they're trying to accomplish something in that line.
Yeah, and that's, I think, a really interesting area when you talk about employers. In that report you've got, I think the stat is that the average worker cost about $400 in lost productivity and absenteeism because of financial stress. So how do you help make that case to an employer? And so even larger stats, I think it's like 8.7 billion each year lost in productivity because of financial stress. So how do you help articulate that value proposition to an employer, as well as make it as easy as possible for them, and really making sure that our partners that are working with them, really help, mitigate any concerns about the risks of providing financial advice, but as well as so that they can see the value. And I think there's more work for us to do to help make that case to employers, but I think there's a huge opportunity there. Absolutely.
There was a partnership created through the lending institution, Consumer Credit Counseling, and some other not-for-profits that was designed to increase home ownership. Essentially, the lending institution was willing to provide counseling to an individual borrower who may not have been ready for home ownership. So that process could have taken anywhere from 3 months to 12 months, depending on the severity of their credit. And once completed, they received a certificate, and the lending institution committed to lending the individual funding and an amount to support whatever their income was at the time. They were essentially pre-qualified. And pretty innovative and impactful in that it led directly to home ownership, which, as we know, is one of the major obstacles to wealth creation.
You mentioned sort of the opportunities with lenders as well, or with financial institutions to think about some innovative partnership opportunities, which is something we're also always thinking about. So I think it's a really good point as well. Any other ideas or any other things that you guys have seen that you think are really impactful or interesting paths to scale that you've seen in your community? Okay, good. I covered a lot of them. That's great. Oh, yeah.
I did look it up.
Oh, good. That's fine.
Well, no, it's Save to Win is the prize-linked savings in North Carolina. I don't know how widespread it is because when Play last year, it was with 13 credit unions. But anyway, so.
Hopefully they heard that. No, I hope they heard that. No, that's a good point. Yeah. And I think it's a interesting model of thinking about, that's a great sort of example of, that sort of started out of behavioral insights, of knowing sort of where are people spending their money? What if there's a way that we could use those same sort of instant gratification and excitement around something as boring as savings? And, we've actually been piloting with that same group, Doorways to Dream, an effort at tax time. So as we also think about sort of what are the existing touch points and how we could scale it up, tax time is a great opportunity. It's the largest lump sum of funding that many of these low-income individuals receive all year. So how do we make sure, one, that we get to them before they've already allocated that refund, but then two, how do we make it enticing to actually want to split that into savings? Or what I like to think about is an on-ramp to coaching. It's a great opportunity to get to these consumers and help them start thinking about budgeting, planning for their long-term goals. So, how do we use that touch point as sort of a teachable moment where we can really reach these consumers and they actually have, additional income that we can work with to actually, really put towards more productive uses. So I think that's, but with Doorways to Dream, we're actually piloting the prize-linked saving model at tax time. So to say, how do we use that lottery in a way that can help encourage savings, but we're actually testing the marketing side of it. So how do we make it as engaging and exciting as the lottery looks? Or other, we know we're up against a lot of pressures from a spending economy. So how do we, combat that with some really effective marketing tools to make this more exciting and engaging for them? So any other?
So, Colleen, this morning has been very interesting in a lot of different ways because the information that you've shared with us, I hear a lot of our work that we're currently doing inside of some things that you've talked about. So it just dawned on me that, this conference today was the opportunity for us to hear information that was shared at the national convention, but what I'm also thinking is that J.P. Morgan Chase seems to have a lot of information about best practices in the country, and I don't think we've ever reached out to you or have access to programs that you've funded that are tried and true. And so my question to you, how would we begin to have access to, the many programs that you've talked about today? I mean, you mentioned quite a few of them, everything from Lending Circle to Money Think to this and that. So how do we sort of get in that loop to see what you're doing?
So I feel like you've teed me up. That's great. So one of the things that I'm actually really hoping to do is to document that. Because like I said, 160 grantees across the country, there are so many cool things happening. I can barely keep track of them. So one of the things we've been thinking about is ways to document that in a way that would be meaningful for the field. So that's another thing that I was actually hoping to actually gauge your interest in, if that is something that would be useful. But one of the things I also struggle with, and would love y'all's feedback on this, is there's a lot of reports out there. What is it that you all see that's actually more helpful when it comes to sort of actionable recommendations? What are you looking for when you're saying, okay, there's a lot of research out there, but what is it that's most useful for you all as you're thinking about how I can actually apply some of this to my work. So I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on that.
So I think the number one thing you have to keep in mind is that, and I'm sure I speak for everyone in here, we are extremely busy as you are, and I must get 100 or so emails a day, and there's no way I could possibly read all of those, and so I tend to read up on things that are brief or give me some type of heading which piques my interest, and then I could click on to read further if I want to. So my recommendation would really be that, perhaps, if JP Morgan Chase wants to send out a quarterly or semi-annual sort of executive summary, and within that executive summary you can list programs or services that you've funded in around the country that deal with specific things. If you talk about, for example, if you've talked about ways to reach children, you've talked about ways to reach those who are in poverty in our community. You've talked about government. You've talked about behavioral economics. So if you can break it down in categories, and so therefore I can go and look at the category I'm most interested in for my community.
Any other thoughts? Okay. Or any other? Oh, okay. It's allowed.
One of the things, as I heard, accessing information is that I think one of the things as a practitioner, a nonprofit, a lender, is that there is a vast amount of research and information going on. Just like there's many choices to go to what restaurant you go to tonight and eat. I think it depends on your appetite based on your economic influence and also your political pressure would drive you to search and seek. I've been part of a group for 20 years now that we took the onus to make sure that we stay relevant to the issues that were at our forethought that impact the community that we served. And so I just would encourage anyone who has a passion for this work, by the time information gets down to our grassroots level, it's been diluted, and it also has become worthless because of the timeline. So we have to move up the stream to where the communication is valuable. Well, that's having more positions on community boards at lenders, been more part of this type of focus groups. By time it's taught in B school, it's irrelevant for the marketplace. And so we're a group of us been meeting for 12 years, color of experts with some of the world's leading experts from the lender side, political side, university side. And we met at a conference, and we decided then that we didn't want anyone telling us, what's new, what's not. We created what was new, and we also leveraged those relationships. So I just encourage you, you don't have to wait. I mean, you're doing a great job, but you don't have to wait for someone else to send you something. You can take the initiative right now at this conference and find 2 or 3 people who have the same ideology, methodology, and you can create and start building your own wealth, information, intellectual property.
And we would love to learn from you all through that. So figuring out more ways to continue that. Okay, great. So I think we'll open up to Q&A, or if you had additional thoughts on that, we can, we'll start there first.
So I work mostly with refugee population, and so these are mostly people who, even just the concept of credit is totally foreign, and the fact that not having tangible money, it just doesn't even really make sense. So trying to figure out a way to make that into something that they can conceptualize is difficult. And so something that you've been talking about a lot is all the different beneficial programs for people with low income. But one thing that I have a hard time with and that they have a hard time with is differentiating things that are actually helpful. And then there's also a lot of really harmful, exploitative banks and credit situations that they get involved with really early on because they're like, I can have a car all of a sudden. This is incredible. And that, you know what I mean? This is not something that I would have ever thought. And what is money if it's not in my hand? It's not real. So I guess figuring out a way for people who know a lot about financial literacy to like communicate with people like me who I'm not probably a financially literate person, but I'm also trying to help people that have a much less knowledge about that than me. So like kind of bridging that gap and working with, I mean, I'm an AmeriCorps member, so I'm only gonna be in this position for 2 years. So finding some type of program that can bridge that gap between the providers.
And I think that's why these kind of conferences are so great, though. You know, when I think about the integrated service delivery, there's actually a lot of cool partnerships happening throughout the country with refugee organizations specifically, where, you know, that might not be your organization's specific focus, but there are so many incredible organizations in this community who are really great at that. So how do you think about partnerships, either through referrals or a one-stop shop? I mean, there's a lot of different models of how you could deliver that. One of the things that we're actually piloting would be, you know, instead of our bank employees going out and providing workshops, how could we be, you know, mentors to the coaches or to frontline service staff so that we can actually provide trainings to you all as you're thinking about grappling some of these issues, and you can have some of those candid discussions with, so again, using sort of our intellectual capital where we really understand these issues to serve you rather than, you know, directly with the clients, where that's really your expertise of knowing how to talk to the client, but, you know, we can help, you know, make you more empowered as the intermediary as you're talking through these. So I think that's one, but then the first one, as I mentioned, is I think really working with other partners in your community, I think is, and groups like the North Carolina Asset Coalition is such a great group to be able to say, you know, to help matchmake for you. So if you were to go to them and say, you know, I'm really interested in this, you know, how can I learn more, or what are some interesting organizations doing this work specifically for my population, they can help refer you, as well as CFED. One of the things we just launched with CFED is an expert directory. So you can actually go on there, on the website, and search by state, by issue area, what you're looking for, and it will actually have organizations in the community. So hopefully that is something that is useful for you all as you're trying to identify that, in addition to the, you know, resources available at this conference as well. So any other questions? Okay.
I'm just curious, how do you guys measure or ask the funding sources to measure or document the impact they're having? And how do you quantify improvements on poverty rates or things like that? What are some of the things you look for?
It's hard. I'll say that short answer, because we want to. We know that there are certain outcomes we're seeking specifically for, you know, financial capability. We want to see that the clients being served are increasing their savings, not only the average increase of their savings, but could we also, when applicable, measure the frequency of savings? So we know, you know, if you've done it after 3 months, that actually can help build the habit of savings. So we look for sort of that 3-month mark. Are they frequently saving for 3 consecutive months? We also look at the credit side, so credit score improvements, debt reduction. We also measure the asset part of the equation, which we think is also really important. Not only access to asset building products, but are they actually using those, and, you know, what are we seeing in the increases of net worth through those in programs. But, you know, we're also very clear that not all organizations can measure that necessarily out the gate, which is why we also have some capacity building metrics that really give people a little bit more time and flexibility to have the systems to be able to start tracking some of those income or those impact that we'd like to see. So some of the metrics that we focus on are, you know, are we supporting the infrastructure that enable an organization to be able to measure those? You know, we also look at, we try to also sort of provide some flexibility that there might be other metrics that are being captured that we don't want to neglect. So we try to allow sort of some flexibility on the organization's part to be able to share those with us as well. But you hit at one point that we've been thinking a lot about is what is the market impact? This is a lot of capital that's being provided. You know, how do we measure how many people are actually replicating these best practices, how many organizations are using, you know, the research that we're supporting, you know, and that one's a little bit harder to quantify. And, you know, we've been thinking about some interesting ways to do that through the lab of trying to understand, and the way the CFSI measures it is to look at, what other organizations are adopting some of the innovations that we're funding, some of the design features. Are we seeing more organizations offering the programs reflected in the work that we're doing? And again, it's hard to, take credit for all of that, but we are trying to where we can, understand that broader impact, because at the end of the day, that's, using the platform that we have as a global institution is really what we're interested in, is how do we have that sort of systems level, market level impact broadly on the field beyond just, the outcomes that we're seeking at the client level. Any other questions? Okay. So I will say on the lab, since I didn't talk as much about that, if you all are interested in learning more about our efforts with that, I would definitely recommend check out our website, which I think is on our fact sheet, as well as CFSI's website, and you can actually sign up for alerts on the lab. And that, as I mentioned, we are pulling together sort of leaders across different sectors to hopefully apply some of these best practices from other sectors as well. So for example, healthcare, there's so many interesting lessons that we can learn to apply to financial capability. For example, sort of what's our 10,000 steps equivalent to measure financial security? How do they overcome some of the obstacles to getting people to eat better, to get regular checkups, to do wellness screenings? How do we apply those same lessons to the financial capability sector? It's sort of an example. So we are trying to think about sort of how do we take these disciplines and really apply all of the best practices to help bring to bear some more sustainable and innovative solutions in our field of financial capability. And we will be, like I said, probably launching our first competition next year that will really be informed by these roadshow events. And I guess that's another question that I have for the group, is that, when we think about what we can do as a funder, as the Financial Solutions Lab, to support organizations that are interested in bringing some of these best practices to scale, is there anything from your perspective that you think is really meaningful that you would like to see provided through the lab? I can give you some examples of ones we've heard. Maybe that's helpful. We've heard a lot that capital is great. That's always the first thing we hear. But beyond just capital, how do we bring together communities more so that they can share similar challenges, as well as talk about some of the interesting things that they're doing to overcome that? That network is so critical. And it also helps foster some really innovative partnerships. Sometimes groups that are working in tangential sectors or being able to just have those dialogue and those discussions can lead to some very innovative partnerships. I'll also say technical assistance is another thing I hear, that with the lab, we'll actually provide technical assistance to the winners from JP Morgan Chase employees. So, and that could be customized. So some might really want help with marketing, so you could get access and a consulting project with our marketing team. Or some really want to understand, how to work with banks and get data from banks. So we'll have, that as an option. But we'll also provide technical assistance from our partners. So we, one of our main partners is IDEO.org, which is a design firm out in San Francisco, as well as Ideas 42, which is a group of behavioral economists in New York. That, how do we make sure that they're providing consulting services to some of the winners if needed? But also letting that be customized. So it's not that everybody has to get JP Morgan advice, since I'm sure not everybody wants that, but really helping adapt to whatever the needs of the winners may be. And making sure that we're being a better matchmaker to help facilitate those. And CFSI will sort of be our partner, and we'll definitely be the ones managing and making sure that happens. But those are some of the initial things we've been thinking about. So, anything else that you all can think about that you think that we should be thinking about? We also put some Post-its on the table. So even if you don't want to share them with the group, would love to, collect your feedback after of things you'd like to see from something like the lab and helping scale up some of these solutions. Yeah. Okay. So the timing of the lab is to be determined. So we're hoping next year we'll probably make some announcements, but I definitely recommend signing up for the alerts on CFSI's website, because they are doing, we're hopefully going to be doing more constant information on this. And in fact, you'll see some announcements even coming out this fall. So I recommend checking it out so you can even see sort of what some of our initial thinking is, and we'll have a better idea of the timeline probably in the next month or so.
Thank you. One of the things I think is great is when you said when you're working with the CFED and the consulting. When I talk to executives and nonprofits, or even for-profits, human capital is probably the most lacking in most of the agencies because of budget cuts, financial strain. Is that particularly nonprofits, all are competing, asking the foundation for funding. And when you put that into scale, we're just not in the triad or triangle, but you're talking nationally. And you break down all the nonprofits, you divide it into that, your great amount of 30 million or 32 million, it doesn't build their financial capacity. But what does is that, just like with SCORE, which is retired professionals who go back and help small businesses, I think for the nonprofit world, they have been so used to doing on so much with less. They're so busy in the business that they're too busy for the business. I think if you can look at that asset, we'll bring in someone who is a Chase employee. When I was in the banking side and I partnered with Chase on a lot of initiatives, we volunteered. We had paid volunteers and to go out and spend 8 hours with a nonprofit as if that was our work day. And for that, it relieves that director, it relieves, as the young lady said with AmeriCorps, somebody there is a subject matter expert. And also brings credibility to you in the community when they know that Colleen is in my office, who is from New York and from Chase, to talk about opportunities to bridge gaps. It helps, builds that organization up, and then put them better in a position to be more credible in the greater community.
Yeah, and I encourage you all to meet my other colleague here, Rodney Hood, who is with the Office of Nonprofit Engagement and is thinking a lot about the capacity building side. So in addition to, where we focus specifically on financial capability capacity building, he's thinking broadly about the organizational capacity building aspects, the financial management, the organizational design, the human capital. And so I think that'll also really complement these efforts. But I think to your point, it's so important. And it sounds like we're actually out of time. So again, if you all have any additional comments, would love if you would, especially for the lab, if you have any additional thoughts or recommendations, please note them on the Post-its and we'll collect them. But thank you again for letting me join this and appreciate y'all's input. Thanks.
Today, we're fortunate to have with us Victor Galloway. I first met Victor about 6 years ago as we began to plan for the North Carolina Assets Alliance Roadshow. We did 9 economic security summits across the state over a 2-year period. These forums were designed as a conversation with community groups to talk about economic security. In our report, we had talked about the racial wealth gap and how people of color own substantially fewer dollars of assets as compared to their white counterparts. Looking at the universal statewide public policies and targeted programs at the community level are certainly part of the solution, but how we integrate that economic universe of business, government, nonprofits, universities, community assets was the challenge, especially when our goal was to create economic mobility in prosperous communities. Victor, as a leader at the North Carolina Institute for Minority Economic Development, really pushed us to take a deeper dive into the issues and engage in a dialogue to seek the business community's perspectives and their role as that driver of strong local economies. He shared his knowledge willingly, and his broad experience was shared with groups across the state. He helped us to be able to knit together that household challenge with that community challenge, and I watched him accomplish this time and again with deep respect for everybody in the room and all of their opinions. And I saw him model his dedication to the Alliance's values of opportunity, prosperity, and interdependence. As I mentioned earlier, some of the data is outdated in our report, but today when we look at the racial wealth gap in North Carolina, the data portrays a worsening gap of wealth and growing inequality. And so we're so pleased to have Victor with us today. His bio is in your packet. He's here to talk with us about the circles of disparity. He's a sought-after, creative thinker and consultant. Please join me in welcoming Victor Galloway.
So I know I need to be really good, extra good, particularly coming after people eat. And, you know, it's kind of cool outside, a little bit warm in here, so I make sure that I don't lullaby anybody to sleep. So first and foremost, thank you, Donna. I enjoy our professional relationship as well as our personal relationship. Again, my name is Victor Galloway. I'm the president of Victor Galloway Influencer Group, or Influencers. I started the company several years ago just under my name, and then I changed it to just the Influencer Group within the last 2 years. I've been collaborating with experts, subject matter experts, for over the last 20 years from all sectors of industry, more weighted towards financial and political industry, where we look at different issues that's impact not only poverty, but also access to affordable capital and credit. We ask the tough questions, and we have become known as some of the agitators across the nation. We sit down with bank president CEOs. We've sat down with some of our sponsors today and kind of had some really pointed questions as far as making sure that this work does not go alley by and things doesn't change. So with that said, let me give a thanks to JP Morgan Chase, United Way, the Collaborative, the North Carolina Asset Alliance, and the Greensboro Asset Building Coalition for at least extending me this opportunity to share this time with you. In my presentation today, I kind of wanted to come at it from a different perspective. One of the things when I talked to Donna and I talked to Sarah, and I asked them, what should the approach be, and we all looked at the similarity about this working model about building assets. And when I told Sarah, I said, well, depending on who you're talking to, depending on what definition you get from what is an asset. So when I was in New Orleans 2 weeks ago, assets for them is just having their neighborhood fixed. In California, an asset for them was water. just because of the issues with water. And then if you go to Riverside, California, asset is affordable energy. When your utility bill is not out of the water. If you're in Detroit, asset is just having a job. So when you talk about asset building and coalition, you got to make sure you speak the language of the audience that's receiving what you have to say. And so I want to look at the core issues that I think as practitioners, professionals, nonprofit, grassroots, if you're the lender, you're the funder, there are some basic things that you have to incorporate in your insight to make sure that you have a mindset for what is reality versus a mindset of what you see day to day through your own lens. Let me say that again. A lot of times we're so busy looking through our own lens because the work is so we have so much work to do that we fail to go outside of our stress points to really absorb what's really happening around us. And because you're so busy, I can assure that some of you are from the same town and live in the same neighborhood or even work in the same area. You probably just saw each other for the first time this month at this event because you've been so busy. And then if you live in this state, you probably haven't seen anyone from Raleigh since the last time you came to the conference last year. And this is a phenomenon that happens not only in North Carolina, but across the country. So I want to take it's a down button or up button? We're getting the slides. I want to take a look, kind of touching back, looking a backwards view based on what most conferences kind of talk about. When I talk to researchers, I talk to folks who are doing the work, most of them look back at past data. They look back and they data mine, they get research based on surveys of people who have gone through a situation, who have gone through foreclosure, who are dealing with financial hardship. And they try to mass based on theoretical thinking about what the solution should be. And that's pretty much how we have operated. But what they leave out is economic indicators and impacts based on tangible influences within the community. So I know that CFED did a great scorecard in North Carolina. I just wanted to highlight this. It's on the website. If you don't have it, I know Donna and them can provide a link to it. If you're not reading data on your own area, then you really are doing a disservice to the people that you serve. You got to make sure you stay up on your game so that, as young lady said, you can educate the people downstream who you give information to. And then I know the report was done by Insight. And I met the Insight team probably 8 to 10 years ago. We had a group of folks who had a passion that we met at conferences about this wealth gap way before it became public stream. We talked about student loan crisis way before it became an issue. We talked about foreclosure crisis before it became mainstream. We talked about things we saw down the road that the greater community was not talking about because it didn't make the press. It didn't make political platforms. But we knew based on just indicators 20 years ago that these were a setup because we realized that predatory lending didn't just not exist with subprime lending. It did not exist with different sectors. So Insight is a great resource. They've done a lot of great work. We just left with them in New Orleans 2 weeks ago, and was talking about the other indicators about what's creating wealth gap, and some of the things that came out of that conversation was, even child support, if you have someone who either is receiving or paying, that how based on through the court system, how that can be very predatory for the one who's paying or who's receiving. We talked about how students with the burdensome student loans crisis is that you're coming into a market that's very competitive for a job market, but you're indebted with student loans, and now you have a smaller window before that payment begins to start. But that will keep you kind of locked down from being able to access other credit opportunities and things. So what I want to go to now is kind of take you back. And I know there's not any young people, everybody should remember this, but I want to take you back at least 10 years. I might have some folks who was probably in, I don't know, maybe in high school or anyway, but 10 years ago, we all remember Katrina. Who doesn't remember Katrina? I believe it was 2005. So in 2005, there was $81 billion that we know of property damage loss. We didn't track any of the states that went up, that, the Hurricane Katrina continued to go up through the flooding, even in North Carolina mountains, even up in New York. But we just know that in the Gulf, there was $81 billion of property damage and loss. But more importantly, we estimate there was 1.3 million people displaced. 1.3 million people displaced. Everything they built up from generation, gone. Uprooted place in North Carolina, California, New Mexico, Montreal, Canada, displaced. And then less than a half a year later, April 2006, we started seeing the bubble starting to burst within home ownership and homeownership. We saw an increase in delinquencies, late payments, and then we all knew that the free fall started midsummer. And it kept falling quicker than everybody else can realize. We're still within a year. We hadn't made it to August yet. August 2007, Countrywide, the largest mortgage lender, announced an increase in foreclosure, but they were really hiding that they were in trouble. AIG was in trouble, which was the largest risk insurer. And our friends JP Morgan, through the government, agreed to go in to Bear Stearns and kind of absorb some of those mortgage-backed securities. Risk was redefined that year. Access to credit would never be the same past this point. After that point there, it didn't matter how much net worth you had. It didn't matter what kind of credit score you had. And from there, we know what happened, what? The Great Recession, foreclosure soared. There's still goods now that are experiencing foreclosure. But more importantly, that tag in the front, September 2008 to December 2009, 8.8 million people that we know of lost their jobs. Does not include the small business owners. Does not include the self-proprietors. Does not include those folks who worked under the table babysitting. Does not include the guy who cut your lawn. Does not include the person who watched your nana or your child after work. It's not in that number. The scary thing about it is that we don't know, because of the way that we track labor is based on if you file for unemployment. So you have other, because of technology, we don't know how accurate or disaggregated this data is. We just know this is an estimate. We know that the banks became unstable because of all the risk and the weight of mortgage-backed security. We know that there was a bailout, and we know that folks who were making good income now either make less or still have not re-entered back into the workplace. So with that, and you want to come fast forward, and we still are less than a decade, because we're not in 2015. So we haven't even made it 10 years yet. And so today, with the conversation about building an asset, did you reset your strategy of your organization? Or are you still trying to manage the same model post this decade? Because I tell you, asset building really starts with the emotional fortitude of a person, the physical location, and then just sheer confidence that I deserve a second chance. But in a capitalistic country, It's all about the numbers. We can dress it up, but at the end of the day, it's about the numbers. So with that, what happened? In your area, did people start to depend more on social services, food stamps, assistance for energy, daycare assistance? Did we see seniors now starting to go and have more demand on our Medicare systems? We even have students now who are in colleges start to go to our food pantries because there was no money coming from home. We started seeing nonprofits who was already overstrapped, now more people wanting more service from them, and lenders beginning to pull back because they needed the money to stay on their books. Did we see community college enrollment? Because what was the message? Those who got laid off, do what? Go get what? Retool. Then we see the increase in what? Student loans, because scholarships went away. There was no grant money. And then nonprofits got the worst news ever. If we give you money, we need you to document and show us how you use that money and provide us some data to show the greater impact. So somebody asked a question earlier in this session, how do you measure pulling someone from a just morally just demoralized to helping them get back on their feet and get credit? I mean, what measuring stick, what analytics can you show within the window that would satisfy the lending cycle or even the annual report? It's very tough. And then if you're in Greensboro, North Carolina, how can you make somebody understand who might be positioned in DC or in California what the characteristics of your demographics is here versus the characteristics of where they're looking from there? It's very hard. It requires more work, more time, more documenting, but I just said that most of us work on a skeleton crew. We don't have time to document things of what we do every day. We just can give a good show, and we can talk about it, we can show passion, and we can bring a testimony. But it becomes very difficult when all of a sudden you have the whole world of nonprofit going to the last surviving foundation who are still giving money. Very tough. With that, we know that after this time, there was 37 states that was in imminent default. That means they did not have enough revenue, tax revenue, to pay their current budget. We know that in North Carolina, there are 38 plus counties that are in imminent default. That's why their fire stations, the police stations, have been skeletoned down. There are more volunteers on that. And for those who work in city or state government, you realize the cuts too, because you look every quarter and make sure that your department does not experience another cut. Billions. And then in the craziness of it all, those who fill the gap between the services that the government doesn't provide, that the greater community can provide, got cut. Either cut out of the legislative budget or cut out of the discretionary spending of the lender's budget, which makes the job of being in the seats that you are building the asset and wealth more challenging than any of time, 20 years. So what's the solution? It's going to be hard work. It's going to be tough work. But I've been saying this for the last 2 years. It cannot be solo work. You cannot do this work by yourself. You have to learn to cooperatively collaborate with each other. If you're good at the counseling piece, and you're good at the financial piece, and you're good at the grant development piece, then those three pieces that come together become one organization. Why? Because there's not enough funds left to supply all the needs for folks who are just providing minimal results. That, in turn, continues to perpetuate the wealth gap. There is no mechanism, there's no silver bullet that's going to change that anytime soon. Just sheer numbers. If you add a factor to the 8.8 million of unemployed folks. You factor in to the every year somebody is graduating from a community college, technical college, or university. You factored in that baby boomers are being pushed out because they're more expensive to keep on payroll. And now everyone's trying to create or start a job or start a business. That gap will not increase because you have a large center population that, if you want to admit it or not, have been left behind. Think about the number of people you touch, and you take a percentage of your success rate. If you see 1,000 people, but you only can count 10 that you have helped move from point A to point B, that's 1%. 1% will not change this factor here. Why? Because we all work it at one little target on the bullseye. My approach and what I've been trying to share is that you got to understand the whole circle of disparity. Each one of us can collectively say that we touch some part of this circle. The first is education. I agree. You have to have a value for education from birth. It doesn't start when you get to school. It starts when you're disciplining your child in your house. It starts when they go to school, you reinforce what they should already be on a path to. And education never ends. If I look at our seniors having to be re-educated with technology, re-educated on how to read and understand the vast amount of medicine out here, how to understand about scam and predatory people trying to take everything they work for. But at the same time, because of the economy, you have teachers don't want to teach because of what? Pay. Makes it hard. Funding has been cut, whether you're a believer of public school or even charter school or private school. You still cannot touch the greater population in small segments. You're going to have to take and choose those who have the ability to what? Pay. And then the rising cost of secondary education. How can you reskill yourself and build assets and build your net worth when we know that a high school diploma is going to yield $1 million+ less than somebody with a bachelor's degree? And we know as soon as the minimum wage rises, we know that corporation will what? Figure out a way to increase price. Healthcare's impact, housing impact, unemployment impact. I'm proposing that if you're in the room, if you touch one of these segments, then you need to come together and look at how you can address it from a holistic approach. Because in the middle of the circle, no matter what you do, no matter how you do it, if you do not have access to affordable capital and credit, you will not be successful in moving a person into a different wealth category. Is there anything in this country other than you having faith? But if you're talking about business, purchasing power, buying power, going to school, we hear about even getting a job today, insurance, cell phone. If you want to not pay all those fees, you need to have access to affordable capital and credit. That's the greatest policy challenge we have right now, is making sure that everyone can access affordable capital and credit. Every city has been impacted. Here's a quick ideogram that I use to kind of explain it to city officials. Community impact. If you rise the costs on services, taxes, impacts the community, it reduces affordability. The economy deteriorates. You have less people paying in the system. Inside, if you limit credit, you limit capital, you limit access to employment, the individual suffers, the community suffers, the public institution suffers, and the private sector suffers. There's no getting around it. It suffers. So what's the solution? As I said, you're really going to have these two organizations come together, your public sector and your private sector. I mean, I think this event today is right on target. It will not work. It cannot work if these two don't align. I don't care what the disagreements are. I don't care if the lender didn't do what you said they need to do, and I don't care if nonprofit didn't perform when you gave them the money. In your city, in your area, those who are able to sit down and agree to disagree, but cooperatively come together to look at solutions will be successful. Those who refuse to sit down at the table will not be in the game, because time will not wait for you, particularly on a global market. I told my son, who's an architecture student, he went to Prague for study abroad. He came back and said, Dad, you know there's some people over in Dubai that's charging $430 to do architecture plans, and over here the minimum cost is like $5,000. I said, yeah, I know. When you flatten the world, there's somebody out there who will do what you do for cheaper and more efficient. But you need somebody who has the technical assistance, as Colleen said today, that you can bring that resource that you don't have in your shop. And you need to look at community asset building and not individual silo asset building. To teach somebody to save money, they need to have confidence they can impact, or they can make a decent living, a decent wage. Because I know that when I grew up and been the youngest of 8, my parents, 7th grade education, 8th grade education, when it came down to make a decision about saving money or putting food on the table, I went to the grocery store. When something broke down and we didn't have it fixed, then something didn't get paid, because you needed transportation to get to that. And nobody's having a conversation about how transportation impacts your ability to maintain assets. But we need to start looking at differently housing. Is it safe? Is it affordable? As well as, is it healthy? We need to look at how we build assets for its workplace. We have to learn how to train people with skill sets of jobs that's not going to go away. I know we talk a lot about manufacturing, but manufacturing is based on consumer demand. I had a conversation with a client last month who was doing great. $1 million a year, almost multi-million-dollar revenue per year, went to less than $250,000 in less than 30 days. They got a message from their supplier, said, we will no longer be producing X here. We can do it cheaper over there. Your contract business is not utilized anymore. I was driving up here and I saw where City had their operational center, parking lot empty. I mean, when they built that building, and that building held about 300 to 400 people. Outsourced, obsolete. And then aging in place. If your asset building does not include the seniors, then you're missing 70 million plus people. Everyone in here, I guarantee you, will get older. And also know that if I look around in your city, even though the Triad has a great medical facility, I don't see a lot of senior centers that are affordable being built. The scary thing for folks who are retiring, about to retire, they're scared if can their kids manage their attitude when the kids are in charge of the money. Can I live with my kid? I know I can't. Me and his mother, well, we already planning. We're going to go do something else, because that kid in this generation likes to be moving. And they don't be sitting down watching dad get old and complaining that he can't get his favorite channel on the new touch-tone TV station there. But aging in place is a big deal, because why? Falling and medical care and costs for the elderly is skyrocketing. Dr. Jim Johnson does a great presentation on aging, and we do a lot of sessions together, and we look at it impacts everybody. It impacts the person who's aging. It impacts those folks who are taking care of their parents, but yet taking care of their kids. So when you go talk about somebody building an asset, how do you tell a child whose parent is taking care of their grandparent that you need to save $10 a month and put it into account. When they see mom, who's in the sandwich generation, trying to figure out how to pay for granddad's medicine. So these are the challenges that we got to think about. And last, I said about the educational piece, there needs to be a mediation program that's long gone. When I was growing up, we was always touched by the public school, but also the greater community about making sure that there was a logistical path. I think right now we need to go back and we build asset is that we start younger. Everything you do, I would encourage you to start younger. Young people teach me more now than I did all my education in a short period of time. Why? Because their brains have been positioned. All their life, they've known cell phones. They know microwave. They know instant stuff. They don't like to have long conversations that don't have solutions to it. And in your workplace, you have 4 or more generation. Those young kids with that brilliant mind get stuff done in 4 hours that take you 40 weeks to try to figure out how to get started. And then you get mad because they leave and go, and you still there trying to figure it out. And then young people get mad because you want to give them wisdom. They appreciate wisdom, but what is the purpose of it? Or is it just rhetoric? So I ask and I implore you that as you start looking at building assets, and one thing I want to leave with is that start looking at it from a holistic point of view. You got to bring in both the private sector, the public sector, the business sector, the grassroots sector, those who are agitators, advocates, and those who have money. If there's nobody who has money on your board, you got an ineffective board. If everybody on your board like you, that's why you got the problems you got. Because you around you, and you don't know a lot that you think you don't know. So with that, I think it's my time, in my own time. I didn't even get the yellow sign. I'm good. Woo, I told I'd be done. So with that, I told Sarah I'll leave up for questions because of, one, I've been privileged and fortunate to work with a lot of great organizations and a lot of great people in the room over my career. I have a very eclectic career. I was trained as a environmental product designer at the College of Design at NC State. And one of the things I looked at was human factor, why people react to stuff, how to manipulate people buying stuff, how to let them feel comfortable in spaces. And some of my best friends were engineers and computer science folks. They did the structural technical things. I didn't want to get a deep dive in that. I wanted to be creative. But when I went to my first internship, which became my first job in Germany, the CFO said, I don't care how creative you are. If you don't understand money, you're going to be working with somebody else or you're going to be unemployed. So over the VAS, I started listening to people who were smarter than I was, who specialized in things that I could not specialize in because I was lazy and didn't want to go and take the time to do it. So I surrounded myself around people who did that. And because of that, I wanted to make sure that I can bring you my insights from talking to people nationally, as well as other foundations, what they're doing. So they give us 30 minutes. If we have that long for questions, you might not have any questions. You won't hurt my feelings. But I know that one of the things when I talk to boards across this country, I know one thing for sure. I always ask the same question. I'm going to ask the question to you. Who are you and what do you do? And what do you do? Would it be relevant within the next 3 years? I get the same silence. They take out their vision plan. They take out their annual report. They go to their website. They read their mission statement. And we go from there. So the floor is open for questions for anything I shared up here. Any questions?
Even if you don't have a specific question, maybe you have a question that you would like to pose for discussion among this assembled group.
Can I have one?
waiting until I could actually. On the
So in New Orleans, when I was down there, the post-Katrina, the city was, infrastructure-wise, was just done. It was done. So you had the federal government, you had state, local, and everybody wants to be in charge. Got to the point you had to bring in the military and put them in charge. But you also had those folks who were the community, those who had ties and roots there. You had the lenders, customers, insurance customers. And so if they did not come together to start to really address and put priorities into the needs, you would not see the New Orleans you see today. It's not where it used to be, but it's, I didn't do that. It's not where it used to be before Katrina, and it would never be the same again. More locally, if I go to, I can speak publicly about it, is that I used to was a former chair of Reinvestment Partners. And so we're locally in Durham, and there's a couple of board members, former board members here, is that we went with the city and we talked to some of the lenders who had property in the city, and particularly in our neighborhood, where it was between the homeowner has been moved out, but the property still was there vacant. It was deteriorating the neighborhood's value. And so we partnered with some of a local lender and have them to transfer that asset to us, repaired it, and put back in a tenant and affordable from the neighborhood there. That would not have happened if we did not have the partnership with the city, the lender, as well as the greater community. Because it's easy to go into a neighborhood where the assets are cheap, get it for bottom basement price, and then you sell it for market price, and then the neighborhood loses affordability. That's why you need this partnership, because a strict investor, I mean, that's his profit model. I flip properties. I go in and buy cheap, and I move it out. And sometimes we find ourselves as nonprofits, we need that income. And so we try to sell it for market value so we can have that working capital. But if you put somebody else in there who's making affordable, neighborhood becomes this. Because why? When you create a rental community, you have less impact. When you create a home ownership community, we see that grow. The other thing is that small businesses from brownscapes. A lot of commercial lenders have too much assets on their books. A lot of lenders got too much negative, deteriorating assets on their books. As a nonprofit, you go to somebody who got a brownscape. A brownscape is like abandoned shopping centers. You create an incubator for that for business owners so they can go in. Medical facility, and you go work with your doctors. Similarly, we saw where they had like free health care days, free dinner care days. When you talk about asset building, you can look around your own neighborhood and see vacant properties just sitting there. Go to your trade associations. Say on this day, the Asset Coalition, we're going to have all the doctors, dentists, we're going to set up in this shop here. And then negotiate with the lender to use that as a platform. So those type of partnerships are working across the state. And there's many others. And when I talk to my colleagues across the country, people become more innovative. How do you use what you got? Because nobody's giving you anything. Any other question?
In your opinion, is our current state of local, federal, state political system still relevant in light of the holistic approach that you just advocated? It appears to me, we're locked in this gridlock mentality up and down the chain. There needs to be some intervention. What would your suggestions be?
In my opinion, and Victor Galloway's opinion, let me get that disclosure, since I do political advocacy work, the states that remain in gridlock over the next 12 to 18 months will continue to fall. The states that are beginning to move across the aisles and looking at what's in the best interest for commerce, we're seeing success. Unfortunately, our political motivation is not about the people. Let's just be honest. If there was, then we wouldn't have some of the public policies we have. So understanding your reality, how do you work within that system? At the end of the day, most folks understand the color green. No matter what's your political affiliation, it's about green. If you can create a narrative and be able to cross both aisles and show them how it can provide vitality to their constituent and the greater community and serve the folks who are serving them, then you have success. You cannot come from a platform position just because it's what you believe in. If I'm an economist and I'm supposed to protect the shareholders' value of my company, I might have the same belief as you do, but my obligation to my shareholders says that I can't be in the red right here. And then we had a vote that says I'm gonna give out 30 million or 100 million or $1 billion. It won't be today, it might be spread over 10, 15 years. It's about their business model. But I think because of the pressure from a global aspect, and I know that a lot of people are sitting on a lot of capital, and because we're in a capitalistic society, someone's going to be an outlier. I don't know which one of the big five is going to be. Maybe it might be JP Chase. But one of them is going to take the risk leap where they don't want to become the market outlier and they get all the hits and things. But just like with the housing bubble and just like with everything else, somebody's going to take a leap. And when the public applaud them for that, then capital starts flowing. Once capital starts flowing, then these forums here will probably be fewer because people, you know, they don't look at you when you got a lot of money because you can cover a lot of sins when money is around. On the federal level, the challenge is how do you continue to manage Dodd-Frank? That's a big omnibus. How do you continue to manage the need for basic assets like energy and then healthcare? They're still going through how does that implication. We have not seen all the implications of that. We know that the banks have said it's a lot of more compliance issue. Our community banks are struggling on that. So how do you do that? And then what we hadn't talked about, currency. So you know that the move is shift from, well, we know it's shift from writing checks to what? Plastic cards. We know it went from plastic cards to almost your smartphone. Well, there's real conversation about digital currency, tokens. You know, Walmart is pushing it. So somebody talking about financial literacy. My seniors who want to take cash to pay for stuff and to save stuff, how do you explain to them about digital tokens? I mean, how do you access that? And then for my folks in the rural North Carolina who don't have broadband, I mean, how far you got to go drive to access your digital token? And how do you build assets? So when you start thinking about now and what's happening in 3 years, that's why I asked the question, who are you, what do you do? And then will you be relevant in 3 years? And I put this in perspective. If you're teaching basic savings, you put us a little bit aside and let it grow, statistically, it won't grow in the banking system right now. Wow, that 3.79%? It won't grow. So but again, just think about your methodology and your ideology, and then you look at where you're going from there. But political is the key because capital dictates policy and policy dictates capital.
Since I'm close to the mic, I'll take advantage of it for the virtual listeners. Donna and I have a question. We'd be interested in your opinions, and then also if others in the room would like to chime in. I know you said that the trajectory of the racial wealth gap is hard to impact. But thinking about the holistic approach that you described in the public-private partnership, what should all of us be thinking about to address the wealth gap?
It's tough for people to accept, but in this interim place is that you have to prioritize how much time and resource you dedicate to the whole 100% and spend your time on those that can move. What I mean, if someone is in a place where you know based on their profile, their circumstances, you know that they would be, that pathway is here. And you and Donna are the only ones, and there are 200 people in this room. You have to be very strategic in out of this room who you spend your time with. Now, if I'm a knucklehead and I don't listen, and I have not done anything you told me to do, because you are so motherly and you want to be the savior, you're going to spend all your time following up on me, and you're going to ignore somebody over here who is calling you back and doing the right things. Not saying they're not worth it, but I'm saying based on your time, you have to make sure you prioritize your time to get the best value and impact. Why? Because you need that person to be your example when you go back to your funder. And you need others to see that person make it, because it's really not about your success. It's about how people witness people who are just like them become successful. If you take someone who never had a business and you train them how to be an entrepreneur, all their friends ask the question, how did you do it? Someone who never owned a home, and then all of a sudden you get a home, how did you get that house? We understand that with cars. Well, girl, oh boy, how did you get that ride? We all understand it's about what we see and not about what we do. But this holistic thing is a tough position because we don't want to leave anybody behind. But I tell people, if you had to buy people lunch during the week, and the lunch is $5, and you got $100, you're going to buy 2 people lunches each day. But we try to go and buy everybody lunch on Monday. And then on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, everybody's starving. The holistic approach is hard, and it goes back to the gentleman's question. You got to have buy-in. Political buy-in comes every 2 years. That's why I encourage you all at the table to create your own coalition to move the agenda. Why? If it's successful, and if you get press, they'll come to you. They'll come to your meetings. For example, if your meetings or if your relevance was important to some of the candidates, someone would have been here today. I mean, it's just real. I mean, it's real. So if you were any other forum that had political clout, collective voices, then people will be here listening to you today. And you do. Why? Because you touch the greater community. One of the things on a holistic approach is that you can take the same model and you don't have to depend on the educational institute. You can use that within your own internal model. So if you're an educator, which is financial literacy, you train folks in workforce development, you can take this model and kind of bridge out. And I think Chase has opened the door and said there will be a resource for you. So you know you got one private partner. United Way has tentacles across not only the state, but they are massive. You got them. You also got the Asset Coalition, who have partners and board members that are both on the private and public sector. You have the Greensboro Coalition. I see the housing folks here. I see counselors here. I see folks who have the research for the university systems, who have the intellectual knowledge. So in the room, you got everything that you need to plug into this graph. You just got to be willing to have a real substantive conversation about how do you move forward. And then what's your value proposition and what's your growth proposition? Because at the end of the day, if you're doing the same thing that 10 other associations in your town is doing, then is that really impacting the community? So it's not a lot of communities come together because we live in silos. Because after today, I'm sure some of the same organizations are going to ask Chase for the same amount of money doing the same thing. And they're going to have to choose which one of y'all have the best presentation, best plan, and best outcome. And they'll go to the national person and give it to them and then let them disseminate that problem. So let me just be pointed. How much time I got left? 10 minutes. So since I got the mic and I can do prerogative now, and I'm on live stream, I already opened my mouth, and so I'm sure some people heard I'm agitated, but it's all right. So as you think about your strategy, I mean, my skill set is that I help organizations kind of think about where they are, where they're going, their strategic planning. It's a hard conversation, so I want to ask you, really ask the question, not just being funny, but really want to make you think about it. If somebody asked you and you only had like 10 seconds or 30 seconds to give your narrative, your elevator speech, what is that? You know, if somebody says, what do you do? I'm a housing counselor. Okay, housing is very vulnerable right now. Are you on the front end or the back end? Is that homeownership, foreclosure, or just maintaining and keeping your home? Is that rental property, commercial property, senior property? What is that? What are you going to do with that as a nonprofit? Oh, I do workforce development. What kind of workforce development? Is that IT development, skill set development, trade development? Are you developing somebody to be more manageable as an employee on a job site? Are you going to be a good steward? So when you come to somebody, I want to ask, what are we to do? And then is it relevant going down the road? Because a lot of things we put our heart and soul on, we mobilize trying to figure out how to do it, becomes irrelevant because of time. So when you're building asset, what asset are you building? And is it geared toward sustainability in the ecosystem that you live in? I'm asking.
I'll throw something out. And for those I haven't met yet, I'm Sarah from United Way. And what strikes me as the best area to focus for my interests to stabilize and sustain both individuals and the community is helping everyone have emergency savings and get out of liquid asset poverty. I've had that happen to myself thanks to a great financial coach, and I've experienced the expansion of my bandwidth, my cognitive bandwidth as a result. And I know that demand for social services would go down, economic activity would increase, purchasing power would increase. There are a lot of things in that area of emergency savings and liquid asset poverty that help stabilize families and the community. That's my opinion.
And I want to applaud Sarah for making a bold statement, because if we're all honest, we first need to work on ourselves. We need to believe in ourselves to do what we believe we've been telling everybody else we can do. And a lot of times, the stress, and I think Carlene gave the data on the amount of impact, financial impact stress has on the workplace. But you as a leader, and most of you are leaders or a leader within your organization, we struggle with some of the same issues that we try to coach other people to get through. We worry about our housing. We worry about our health. We know that if we had to retire today, we might be a little bit in trouble. So I think it's being very transparent with where you are. And your testimony is the most powerful tool you have, because you don't have to make up anything. You can tell people how you made through that process there. Being able to have that emergency fund is good, but I believe that right now is the greatest asset is really to give the sense of hope and dwell back on starting young and training the new generation. For me, it's about a reset, going to the preschools, working there, and then spending most of my time dividing up between the middle schoolers and up. I mean, the data says that by your time now you're 7 or 8, your spending habits are in place because of technology, Amazon. You know, you don't have to go to the store anymore. I've seen 7-year-olds find their parents' credit card and figure out how to make that thing work. And then you got an app. You just push the app and it asks you the crazy question, are you 18? If I just stole my parents' credit card, I'm going to click yes. And I'm going to do it anyway. But that's it. And learning is much faster now. You know, other countries have always, you know, take the development of yields and really push that. Because by the time you get to my age, it's hard to get me to change those habits. It takes longer. So I wouldn't spend my time trying to chase folks who are embedded in their habits. I would focus my time on capturing those before they free fall. I got 5 minutes. And how many here, let me by show of hands, who's the executive director of their organization? Don't be scared, raise high, okay. Who works in an organization as either the financial person? Both, most of the same people raise their hand, okay. Who's the program manager? Some of the same people raise their hand. Who's responsible for keeping up to date on trends and changes within the community? Same people. At the end of the day, the rest of you all, are you like the worker bees? You the counselors? Okay. If you saw the hands that go up and down, most of them are going to have dual roles, multiple roles. What I would encourage you to do, again, is that before you leave today, it's just a homework assignment, is that you identify someone who didn't raise their hand and ask them what they do, where they work at, because obviously they got time on their hand. If you're in housing, don't go talk to another housing person. Let me take that back. If you deal with home ownership or housing as a general, make sure you talk to someone who does something different than what you do. If you're in medical, every house will be impacted by medical. I believe, and I'm gonna sit on this, so I'm a patent, this is my trade, that the home will become the healthcare unit. The home will become the healthcare unit. Agent in place, a young lady who's nationally certified, I work with her, Tanya McCoy. She has done a lot of work, and she worked with a professional about training them how to do agent in place, how to modify your home. One of the things that we know is that there's not enough retirement homes and affordable in there, so you're going to have to outfit your home and do that. So you need to understand how to do that. And right now, that market is wide open. So if you're building an asset, how do you start looking at it from that perspective? So agent in place, fall prevention. You know, even the sidewalks have to be now outfitted so people can roll on that. The second thing I want you to do is that be able to have your narrative down. What do you do? Well, who are you? What do you do? And we be relevant in 3 years. I ain't talking about a whole page. I'm talking about 5 sentences. So that when you go to your funder and they ask the question, you can speak with confidence and they can have some benchmarks to know exactly what you're going to do with that. And so you are very critical to this change. And as I said to this gentleman here about communities that are failing, they're failing because there's not a support for the nonprofit sector. They don't value the work of those folks who are day in, day out, meeting the needs of the greater community. And then they come back to you after you have laid off all your staff, you're working from home, and then they want you to come in and be part of the round table to discuss the issues. And he says, the same issues I tried to tell you last year, we didn't address. But I believe that when commerce wants to move a product or service, you'll see people come back to you because they need you to galvanize the troops to buy their products and services. So those are two things I need you guys to get done. If not, then next year, Donna, when we come back here, we're going to look out here, and there's going to be few of us in here. Why? Because it's very competitive. It's very competitive. But y'all are friends and family, so in wrapping up, I wanted y'all to stay encouraged. One of the things about this work is that it's not easy. It's very hard. The pay, money-wise, is pretty tough. The rewards, unlimited. You know, you just have awards that, you know, you can sleep good at night. But if you don't embrace reality, then you're dysfunctional. And that's not normal. Thank you. That's my wife back there.
Okay, here's one of your 10-minute breaks. The concurrent sessions begin at 1:20, and the one in this room will be the building financial capability among youth savers. And then there'll be a session in the boardroom and the AFEC room. Volunteers will direct you across the hall.
This is Building Financial Capability for Youth Savers. United Way has generously copied these slides. They're on this middle table right here. If y'all would like copies, you're welcome to pick them up. And we'll just go ahead and get started. So the goal for this session is to condense what were 4 different presentations at the Assets Learning Conference and talk about financial capability in youth. We know from research about learning that lecture style, which y'all are currently sitting in a lecture style, has a much lower retention of learning than do interactive styles. And so we wanted to think about that as we apply it to youth and building financial capability for youth. I want to start with some pieces of research that y'all will see threaded throughout these presentations. And you'll be able to pick up pieces in how different organizations have approached, have taken a specific piece of research and then applied it into a program design for youth savers. The first thing we want to think about is that our money habits are learned in our families. And I think that's true really throughout the world. So we're looking to establish new money habits, and we know that parents or people in the household are also very influenced by youth. So how many of you have had a new piece of technology and you had to grab some young person to show you how to use it? Yes. I think we all have had that experience. So we know that money habits are established in families. We know that education has a great impact on lifetime earnings. So if you complete high school, you complete college, you're going to earn about $1 million more in your lifetime than someone who didn't complete college. So education is important in earnings. We know that a small savings account in a youth's own name means that they are more likely to complete high school and they're more likely to go on to higher education. And we heard from our lunchtime speaker, that has implications for the community level as well. We know that youth are unbanked or underbanked at a greater rate than adults are. So unbanked means you have no account with a mainstream financial institution. Underbanked means that you have an account, but you use it rarely, and you also use alternatives like pawn shops or different ways of financing your ventures. And we know that financial capability, which is what we're trying to create here, is the ability to apply the knowledge that you have at the point in time that you need it. So it's not just about financial education anymore. It's being able to take that knowledge and then make the application of it. So I want to start with the America Saves presentation, and full disclosure, we're the lead organization for North Carolina Saves. It's part of the Consumer Federation America Saves campaign. It's not really a program. It's just a campaign to raise awareness and provide tools for savers. So America Saves started with youth when they became employed, so their first job. And we know that 20 million youth in the United States have a part-time job. Many of y'all work with families, and earnings increases are one of your objectives. So at the point in time that youth actually have income, that is a pivotal access point to, well, what do you do with your money now that you have money? "85% of everybody who works has direct deposits, but a very small percentage of that use split pay." Well, what do we mean by split pay? That means that you have money going directly from your employer into your main transaction account or checking account, but you don't also have money go into your savings account. Only 21% do that. And we wanted to recognize that this is important because the most successful savers are those savers who save automatically at payday. And again, back to the financial capability and action part, it has to be relevant. So what America Saves did was they created a video, which we're going to watch now, that was an orientation piece for a pilot of 3 cities across the United States. And it was targeted to, and probably many of you in your own city know that city program that hires lifeguards for the pool or soccer referees for the soccer programs during the summer. So these are youth age 16 and up. And they piloted this program with this video to get kids banked and get them saving automatically. So let me get that up. But I have no sound. Mr. Soundman.
Let's start this back.
Congratulations on your new job and upcoming paycheck. I'm Annie with America Saves, a national nonprofit that encourages saving money. Your employer is showing you this video because they want to help you save successfully. People who don't save and spend all of their paycheck end up having financial problems that affect both their home and work life. Your employer doesn't want that to happen to you. The goal is for you to save some of your money, have it build up with each paycheck in an account so that over time, you'll have enough money to cover emergencies and buy the things that you want. Maybe take that last-minute road trip with your friends. You'll have the money. Your employer will make it easy for you to save that money through direct deposit into your account. By making it automatic, you make regular deposits from your paycheck without even having to think about it. By saving a small amount of each paycheck, you begin to build wealth. That's how real millionaires do it, and there are over 7 million of them in the US. The majority of millionaires in this country are not movie stars or CEOs, but blue-collar workers and small business owners who've saved successfully over time, the exact same way we're going to show you. Here's how you can do it. First, think of a goal to save for, something you want or need, or even an emergency fund. Think of how much from each paycheck you want to put towards that goal, like $25 or $50. At the end of this presentation, we'd like for you to join Young America Saves by creating your simple savings plan with your goal and dollar amount to be saved, and the time it'll take. Our online pledge form will do the math for you. Next, you'll authorize direct deposit of your pay into your account. If you don't have an account, your employer has arranged for you to open one today. Then, watch your savings grow throughout the year. Saving now will help you build a lifetime habit of saving. And when you have money saved, it offers peace of mind. Having the cash you need for your purchases means you'll pay less than if you use credit. And here's how. Say if you save for a new laptop that costs $500 and pay cash, that laptop costs you $500 total. On the other hand, you could charge that same laptop and pay it off over 2 years at 21% for a total of $617. You pay $117 more for the same laptop because you didn't pay for the whole thing in cash. It's exciting and powerful to have a strong savings account. It gives you the freedom to buy the things that you want, like that special night out, that new phone upgrade you've been wanting, a vacation, or those unexpected expenses when your car breaks down or you get that dreaded parking ticket. Well, now you'll have the money. Direct deposit makes saving easier, so let's talk about how that will work. Every pay period, your employer deposits your paycheck directly into your bank account. Deduct the amount that you decided to save from each check and put it in a separate savings account. Keeping these accounts separate keeps you from being tempted to spend your savings. And most likely, you won't miss that money from each paycheck. Having direct deposit makes saving easier, and you'll see your savings grow in no time. We want you to have the opportunity for a great life, and saving money is a big part of that. So let's recap the steps you'll need to take to set up the system to save. Start by making a commitment to yourself to save for a goal. Next, take the Young America Saves Pledge. Write down your goal and the dollar amount you want to save from each paycheck. Then America Saves will send you information and resources to support your new savings habit. Your employer will help you sign up, or you can enroll by phone with our QR code or online at youngamericasaves.org/work. Next, you'll sign up for direct deposit. Remember, your employer will assist you if you need help. Now you're one step closer to saving for that better life you've been dreaming of. Don't wait to start saving. Let America Saves help you today by starting small and thinking big. I'm not only here to tell you about America Saves. I've taken the pledge and it's really working for me. Good luck with your savings, and thanks for watching.
So the pledge is online, and young people who are employed can go online and take the pledge, and basically it says to save and build wealth over time, pay down debt if you have debt, and to set a goal. And we know with youth, setting that goal and having them say what that goal is and then having them write down that goal are all pieces of helping them actually be motivated and make a plan to work towards that goal. They added text messages also, so you can actually get text messages from America Saves about your goal. And these are the results of those pilots. So in Cleveland, they had 1,800 youth set the goal, and all of them set up direct deposits. Now, this is especially powerful for employers who have that ability. We're in the Triangle. I know the Duke Hospital Systems, Duke Health has their own credit union. If you have a big city or state employer, the State Employees Credit Union is in all 100 counties in the state. In Indianapolis, they had a much smaller program. They also did a program in Chicago, and then we talked about the changes and the enhancements. This provides the opportunity for youth at the point in time that they have income to start building the habit of savings. So it's that combination of actually doing something, so building your savings, and the knowledge that you need to make the changes. They're expanding this next year. These are some of the cities. These are the results. And so you can see that the average dollars that they set as a goal to save was only $50. The number one goal they set for themselves was some kind of consumer product. Now, after that, it was higher education. So you can see they saved for a range of different things. There were some challenges in the pilot, and it basically said that you still have to have, even the whole thing can be automated and online, you still have to have paper backup. So this is a comprehensive approach in their mind to helping youth at that point in time move ahead. So the next program that I wanted to talk with y'all about is called My Path, and this is a new name for this agency. They were formerly Mission S. I'm forgetting right now. Excuse me. Fund was the F. And they wanted to look at how they could address youth savings. The next three, many of y'all might remember that the Center for Financial Services Innovation had an innovation grant over a year ago now, 2 years back. And these next three were the winners of those grant fundings from CFSI. So these are the technology products that were developed for youth as a result of the CFSI innovation grants. So we know that it's important that youth have a broad array of partnerships. And one of the things that we know about youth is that they're very social. So in looking at how My Path addressed a product and a technology innovation for savings for youth, they used that social network component to build on for youth savings. The reason that they did, and this is sort of backtracking into our asset building knowledge, but we know that it is very difficult to move up the economic ladder. If you are born into the lowest 20% of income, if your family is in that lowest 20%, then 42% of the time as an adult, you're still going to be in that last quartile. This is sort of a hard chart to read, but many of y'all have probably seen that Pew Charitable Trust research that addresses the difficulty now of economic mobility. And what we know is that it's very sticky on the ends. If you're a low-income family, your children are going to most likely be low income as adults. If you're a very high-income family, your children are most likely going to be high income. Well, why is that? Because of the social capital piece of that is certainly part of it, and that is the piece that My Path decided to address. One of the issues that they had was, and this is in the San Francisco area, one of the issues they had was access to banks. So they started by looking at check cashers, which are the red dots, as compared to traditional financial institutions. They also know that nationally, 55% of youth are actually already in the workforce. And they wanted to be able to have My Path savings be coupled with a transaction account, because we know that youth take advantage of technology when they're paying for things. They have behavioral focus modules, and they have 2 to 3 minute videos. So the youth actually gets the advantage of the video that provides some training, and they couple it with some learning modules. One of the themes that you will see throughout that, and we have a very small pilot in Raleigh where we have youth and parents, and one of the things that we found to be most important, and you will see it here too, is incentives. You know, if you want to create a certain set of behaviors, you have to find a way to incent that behavior in youth. They're very busy with their lives, so how are you going to break through what is otherwise happening with them? This is a cross-section of who was actually in that original pilot. Initially, the youth saved about 17 to 45%, but after they were in My Path, they saved up to 85% of their goal. And this, you can see this from the chart. The other thing that is interesting about this pilot is that they recognized early on that, yes, it's important to build assets, and you've heard this theme a couple of times today, it's also important to build credit. So they coupled this with a very small, consumer-friendly, low-cost loan, so that the youth in the pilot could also be building credit. So this provides you with the information that who had low credit, who had no credit. They were able to make an impact with their credit builder loan and with their credit training on both populations, bad credit and no credit. This is some of the stories that have been told as a result of My Path. They have a coach that they're partnered with, and the coach can also provide specific challenges to the youth. If you do this, you'll get this type of incentive. So these are their learnings about what they think are the best practices in youth savings. They wanted to make it automatic in terms of enrollment. They didn't want to have the youth that are coming into their program have to secondarily decide to opt in to their youth savings program. They were automatically enrolled. They have direct deposit once again, and that one of the pieces that you have to address is the access to a reasonable financial product. Incentives are key, and that's the loss aversion. When I was at the CFED conference, we were talking about the Save to Win project, which, as y'all may know, in North Carolina is run by the Carolinas Credit Union League. And for the participating credit unions, if you go in and make a deposit into your savings account, you receive a chance for a drawing that happens quarterly and then annually. And the behavioral economics piece of this learning was that the incentive to avoid losing is much greater than the enjoyment and incentive to win, which was one of the things I didn't know. So they use this in this pilot to prevent the kids from losing out, and they did that with incentives. They also used peer influences. Peers can challenge one another, and the youth leadership piece is very important, so the people who have completed the program then roll back in to help the new youth that are coming in. More lessons, clarity around what it is you're trying to impact. Are you trying to get savers? Are you trying to get consistent savers? Are you trying to get them to save for a goal or higher education? Do you want to get them banked? Do you want to influence their families? Just really be clear about what it is you're trying to accomplish. Evaluation, gathering the data at the point in time that you make the program design so you don't have to go back later and capture it. Technologies, very important for youth. And then the appropriate financial product. This is some information on what they found in terms of barriers, and then how the kids responded and what some of their stories are. And they're going to be expanding their pilot to other cities as well. So that's My Path. So, Money Think is a program that takes learning technique and combines it with some evidence-driven innovations. They have weekly sessions in small groups to build trust. So relationship is a big part of this program. They have volunteers that work with their students, and they have a specific curriculum that they have developed and that they use, along with, once again, mobile technology. So they moved down this pathway to create Money Think because they recognized that financial education was not enough. And how many of you have children? So the majority of you have children, and you know yourself, it's some of those hard hands-on lessons that you really would like for them to get while they're still at home with you, as opposed to having to learn that as adults. And this is the real example of that, is how do you get to make some mistakes with money so that when you're on your own as an adult, you will have already learned those lessons. They already had mentor relationships, but they wanted to add a level of the relationship with their mentees and bring it out of the classroom and into the real world. And the first thing you see looking at this smartphone is that big piece in the middle that says 150 points. So this particular innovation uses incentives on a point-based system, and it's a social platform. And I'll show you a little bit more of that in just a second. They are posting on Instagram the information about their own savings behavior and their own money management behavior. So here are two of those posts, and Money Think is very similar to Facebook, but it is its own closed system. So you have the mentees and the mentors, and you also have the volunteers in the system. So on the left, she is talking about she wanted a hairstyle, and she got it for free because her mom did it. And this young man on the right is, I guess, from Chicago. He's visited the Navy Pier, and that's a way of saving money and not spending it. The one on the left is my particular favorite. It's a picture of a shoe store that she did not go in, so she was tempted, but she said no to. And then on the right is the money that has been saved for college. So how Money Think has worked is that they are also expanding this pilot. When CFSI put this out there for these innovations, one of the things that they wanted to create was something that was scalable. The question in this session that I wondered about too, and actually came up in this session, was, well, those of us that are not in one of these pilot cities, how do we get access to some of these technologies? And they're rolling it out over time. So eventually they hope to open it up to others, but right now they're keeping it within their own closed systems until they can actually do the sufficient evaluation on it. So that one is Money Think. Uh-huh. Here in North Carolina, not yet, but hold that thought because Juma is going to be expanding to North Carolina. That's the last one. So this last one is Juma, and they wanted to focus. Remember at the beginning we talked about some of the things that we know about Youth Savers, and they wanted to focus their intention on savings for college enrollment and graduation from high school. So this is the research that we talked about, the importance of college savings and how that contributes to your lifelong learnings. $1 million, that's a lot of money, isn't it? So they took what they considered to be 3 of the best practices in child savings accounts and brought them all into this project. The first one is that technology. We know that youth are drawn to it and use it continually, consistently. So the use of technology would not only increase the participants' experience, but would also ensure that they were using it regularly, and that on the back end of things, then Juma would have real data based on their usage. They also are using a similar social network platform, and they wanted to be sure that the financial services were well designed with the youth's needs in mind. So in the last example, we looked at a point structure. In our first example, we actually had cash match incentives. The second example used points. Now this example uses something called badges. So youth earn badges for certain behaviors. And I would equate this to games, video games, and moving up levels within those games. And you can see up here some of those badges under the pictures of the children. And if you wanted to contribute to Zaria's college campaign, you could do that directly, and you could go on her page and see what badges she has earned and where she is across the continuum. These are some of the behavioral outcomes that they tracked, how they track their spending every month. I was in Sophia's session, and she talked about your life is in your bank account statement. And so this actually makes them track their spending based on what is happening and how they get that bank account linked into their Juma product. They wanted to be able to put some money away for college savings, as we talked about. That is one of the important outcomes of Juma, is college savings and college graduation. They address the issue of affordability for college. So as y'all know, in working with youth, there's that pivotal time in high school where some kids make the decision based on incomplete information that college is not affordable for them. So this is trying to shift that mindset and say, no, college is affordable for you. And then I'll be able to meet my savings goals, whatever those goals are. And we saw in the first, when we did our own pilot, we had youth set goals for very short term, and those were things like sneakers, technology, different sorts of things they needed for sports or things that they were happening now. Then we had a midterm, and almost all of those were transportation and saving for my first car. And then longer term were college education, savings for a house. This product, Juma's pilot, very much says, how do you know you're going to be, how do you develop confidence in knowing you'll be able to meet your savings goal? So Juma's product college set is different because of these things. And I think the important thing of this and the CFSI's investment in children's savings is so that we can see what that combination of things is that does work. And this is how Juma's college set is different. Once again, and we saw this in the other ones, getting in quickly and easily is important. In this particular pilot, and we know this in K2C in San Francisco's pilot, getting in does not require a lot of paperwork, and we see that as an obstacle in many child savings accounts. Scalability, they want to expand this to more youth across the country. Right now, their platform can accommodate up to 2 million kids, so that's exciting. One of the other obstacles in child savings accounts is frequently how, especially when they're aggregated, how does an individual child or parent actually be able to see what part of that college savings fund they own? In this pilot, they can actually go online at any point in time and see how much money is in their savings account. And remember, this is also one of the pilots where they are taking donations into specific children's college accounts. And then they have a national partnership with Citi that helps them look at what their savings platform looks like. And this is specifically, as y'all also know, the fee structure for child savings accounts is often difficult in that the yield on the children's savings accounts will not pay the fees. So getting those fees waived is an important a piece of this. They have a partnership. Their other national partnership is with the KIPP schools, and you can see they're going to be expanding into North Carolina. Charlotte KIPP school will be one of the next expansion areas. So that is it for child savings account innovations and financial capability from the CFED conference. And if y'all have any questions you'd like to throw out to the group for discussion, this would be a good time. Or questions about any of these pilots. Yes. Mm-hmm. How is that not something that can just be done at every bank or every local whatever? Well, I think it can be. I think here, for the purposes of this model, because they're earning these badges, one of the ways that they are not actually earning another badge, but that the activity level that is happening in their account is one of those behavior indicators. So are you saving regularly would be the question, and this would help them meet that next badge, which of course gives them recognition in that little social network. Yes, sir. Yes, I would say you definitely could. It's akin to that. So the focus is saving, what would stop them from transferring money just on the click of a button? I don't know the answer to that. I would say that, with these examples, some of the savings accounts are housed centrally. So I don't know that they actually have a branch bank that they go to. Some of them are coupled with specific financial products. I don't know what their access to their savings really looks like. It's a good question because the whole theory is that you save money, right? what has y'all's experience been in this field? Anything you'd like to share? Hey, Devin. Thanks. Yeah, Gina. Yeah, that's. Thank you. Okay, well, thank y'all for coming. The handouts are on the table. you all for being with us. I've been asked to make a couple of announcements. The first thing is, I don't know if there are any additional lunches back there left, but if there are, for y'all to pick up a lunch on your way out. And also there are flowers in the lobby area, and you're welcome to pick up some flowers and take them home with you. And I believe that there is a can for any donation you'd like to make to Unifor, which is the group that put these together. These flowers are put together by youth in the area. So we'd like to once again thank J.P. Morgan Chase, that team, Gina and her team, the United Way of Greater Greensboro, the Greensboro Asset Building Coalition, and all of you, membership of that North Carolina Assets Alliance. To talk us through the CFED's Asset and Opportunity Network and remind us of some of those community level tools that are available, and take us through a final exercise, I'd like to welcome back my colleague, Fran Rosebush. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Donna. Before I start speaking, I want to take some time to kind of reflect on today. And so I wanted to start out by each one of us, because we just went through 2 sets of concurrent sessions, had a lunch plenary, there was a lot of tools shared in the opening. So I'd like to ask each of you to take the next minute to just think about the 1 to 2 top takeaways from today that when you go back to your job, you're going to apply. So that it could just be one thing, it could be 2, and just think about it to yourself for a minute. What did you learn today that you're going to apply to your work when you go back to your offices, either later tonight or tomorrow? And then when you've got those takeaways, I want you to turn to your neighbor and just share. So share with your neighbor quickly, what did you learn today? Thank you. So, all right. All right, so you're still talking, so I'm assuming that it was more than one thing that you learned. Which is great. I know that everybody's still talking, but can I get your attention to continue? And then when I promise, when I'm done talking and Donna wraps us up, you can continue. So the networking that's happening in this room is real live of the network. This is the power of bringing people together, sharing lessons, sharing ideas in order to promote our work and move it forward. So my role at CFED is to work with the Assets and Opportunity Network. So I'm helping to connect people across the country, help build up local coalitions and spread ideas, coordinate advocacy efforts. The Assets and Opportunity Network is a national movement-oriented network around family financial security. And we really look at it in 2 main goals. So there's a learning community around what are the effective practices that are really achieving outcomes with family financial security, and then also an advocacy community about how do we more effectively coordinate to promote the policies to achieve family financial security and remove barriers for those looking for economic mobility. And so our network structure, before I go into it, how many of you here are general members of the Assets and Opportunity Network? Okay, or know that you're a general member, what that means. Got it. So I'm going to go through what the network structure is, and then I'm going to talk about some of our partners who are here in the room with us today, and then talk about how you can get involved and what tools and resources are available for you. And so we're guided by a network steering committee. It's 12 leaders from across the nation who really provide strategic direction and guidance to the network. And one of them is Lucy Gorham in this room at UNC. She's a part of a small handful of people. And then we have 73 lead organizations across the country who, in their communities, they are the leaders in this type of work. They are engaging a diverse group of stakeholders around asset building, getting the conversation out there, and they're convening groups around sharing best practices. And in North Carolina, you have a lead state organization of our network, which is the North Carolina Assets Alliance. And there's a lead local organization, Crisis Assistance Ministry, which are fabulous as partners who are doing the work. And an example of that is today, of how they're working in those roles. And then we have our general members. And so there's over 1,600 individuals across the country who are a part of this movement-oriented network. And anybody can become a part of the Assets and Opportunity Network if they want. And when you sign up, and I'll show a link later, I also brought postcards. And so are these?
I think they're at the desk when you leave.
At the desk when you leave. If you'd like to join the network, you can either go to our website or you can sign one of these postcards. And basically, when you become a member of the Assets and Opportunity Network, you'll receive regular updates about the new tools we put out, the resources. We have monthly mailings around the learning community, around the advocacy community. You can be connected to peers, find out about learning opportunities, learning groups, webinar, and you can participate in coordinated advocacy efforts. And then CFED, go forward, plays that backbone coordinating role to the network. So how we're playing that convener connector role and supporting it moving forward. And so like I said, there's a number of lead state and local organizations across the country, and two of them are represented in this room. We're in a process right now of going through recruiting more lead organizations across the country. And so if you have a local coalition, I know our process closed, but if you'd like to start that conversation with us about either how you can start one or get more involved in the network, please reach out to me. I'll have my email address at the end. We'd love to talk to you. And ways to get involved, so anybody can become a member. So assetsandopportunity.org/network. Also, if you go to assetsandopportunity.org/scorecard, you can find that state level data. And the scorecard has all 50 states plus DC. It has 66 financial indicator outcomes around financial security, how families are doing, and 67 policies. Your state is ranked on 67 policies, if they pass them or not, that can promote family financial security. And then we have the new local data mapping tool. But can we exit out of the PowerPoint and pull up the website? So this is our website, Assets and Opportunity Network, and you can see the Join the Network button. You can see milestones. You can find our local coalitions. There's updates from the network. You can see the blog. But at the tabs at the top, if you go to the learning community, I want to point out we have a new tab there, the A&O Network Leadership Experts Directory. If you click on this is something JP Morgan Chase actually invested and funded, so they're doing a lot of support around this work. And here you can find leaders across the country in the different areas that you might be interested in connecting with, and I'll have their name, their picture, their organization, contact information. And so this is just one example of ways to find people who are doing the work that you're doing and be able to connect to peers. That's one of the ultimate goals of the network, is how do we bring people together and speed up that diffusion and adoption of effective practices. So that is my kind of presentation today. If you have any questions, can we go back to the PowerPoint? I'll put up my email address. It's at the very end slide. Here we go. Down here, frosebush@cpd.org. Please reach out. I can answer any questions, connect you to tools. On our website, there's a resource library, the directory, and the scorecard data. So with that, I will close and turn it over to Donna.
Thanks, Fran. Does anybody have any questions? We have just a minute for questions. Anybody have a question for Fran? No, y'all are ready to get on the road, right? So I want to thank all of our volunteers today. If y'all would help me give them a round of applause. Thanks to Sarah for coordinating all of this work. On the back of your program, there's some special acknowledgments, so I would ask that you look at that because day like today, there are a lot of people that are involved. Also, look in your email for a survey that will be coming from the North Carolina Assets Alliance for both those of you that are attending virtually and those of you that are here in person. At the last two Assets Alliance meetings that we had, we talked about how we want our network to move forward. And one of the issues that we talked about was the fact that we wanted to be supportive of local community projects and programs and help them get what they needed to support asset building in their community. We hope that today advanced that for y'all, and we very much appreciate being here in Greensboro, which this is the first time that the Assets Alliance as a membership group has met outside of Raleigh. So we're happy about being in Greensboro. After the first of the year, we're planning our next meeting to be in Charlotte in January, so we hope that y'all will all be able to be there. And again, you can go to the North Carolina Assets Alliance website, which is ncassets.org. You can join our mailing list there. You can also like us on Facebook to be sure that you get meeting information. And thank you so much for being here, and safe travels on your way home.